This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, everyone. I'm going to call meeting order at 4:37 p.m. Thank you all for coming. We have quorum, and I'll start off with a territorial acknowledgement. We especially acknowledge that the SFSS is located on the traditional and ceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples, including the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Coquitlam, and Katzie nations. And city means that these territories have never been handed over, sold, or given up by these nations, and we are currently situated on occupied territories. So I'll do a roll call of attendance. I'll call out a position, and please, if you're here, please give your name, your pronouns, and your access needs. And access needs are anything that would either let you more fully engage in a meeting, or something that would prevent you from fully engaging in a meeting, or if you have to leave early for another commitment you couldn't get out of, or if you aren't feeling well, things like that. And some of these could also be like noisy background, shoddy internet, needing people to speak up more clearly or speak more plainly, things like that. So we will start with archaeology.
Hey everyone, my name is Damon. My pronouns are he and him. My access needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Bachelor Environment.
Hi guys, my name is Tiana. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Behavioral Neuroscience. I think Rathi would let me know that they're going to be a little bit late. Parthi, sorry. Biology. Bio?
They're in the chat.
It's in chat.
Oh, thank you. I just saw that. Hey everyone, my name is Nick. My pronouns are he, him, his, and all my access needs are met. My connection isn't great since I'm in class, so I might pop in and out. Okay, thank you for giving me a heads up. BBK, Kashish let me know she'd be late. Cognitive science.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone.
You can type that in
Hey
chat.
everyone. I'm Kerr. My pronouns are he, him, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. Communications said let me know he'd be late.
Hello everyone, I'm here, Corbett. Hello everyone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Criminology. Charlotte, let me know she'd be late.
Charlotte, she, her pronouns, and all my access needs are met. Thanks, Corbett.
Thank you. Data science. Data science, not in yet. Okay. Education.
Hi everyone, my name is Jen. My pronouns are she and her, and all my needs are met. Thank you.
Okay. Engineering. Engineering, Sarah. I'll come back to you because I did see you pop into the chat earlier, or sorry, pop in earlier. English.
Hi, my name is Liz. My pronouns are she, they, and my access needs are met, but I'll have to switch to my phone around 6:30 and then probably have to leave about a half hour after that just for a family thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Environmental science.
Hi everyone, my name is Paige. My pronouns are she, her, and my access needs are met.
Thank you. French.
Hi, my name is Kylie. Pronouns she, her, and all of my access needs are met. Thank you.
Okay. Gender, sexuality, and women's studies. Geography.
Hi, my name is Natasha. She, they pronouns. All my access needs are met.
Thank you. Global Asia Studies Student Union. Global Asian Studies, Health Sciences.
Hi everyone, my name is Giselle, she, her pronouns, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. You're a little quiet, Giselle, just a heads up. Interactive Arts and Technology.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Felix, pronouns he, him, and they, them, and all my accessibility needs have been met. Thank you.
International Studies is on a student, as a leave of absence. Labor Studies. LSU. Hi, my name is Justin. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm at school and it's loud right now, so I'll keep my mic off. Otherwise, access needs aren't met. Okay, Justin, you're also able to come to the sub in the council area if that works for you too. I don't know if there's anyone else in here on the fourth floor, but see Kashish from BPK, BPK, yeah. Plug in. Feel free to give us your rounds. Those pop back to you. Just a minute. Where was that? Linguistics.
Hi, I'm Olive. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mathematics.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Tischler, pronouns he, him, his, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Mechatronics, let me send in regrets. MBB.
Hi, my name is Afneet. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. Operations Research. Operations Research. Okay. Philosophy.
Hi, my name is Nikki Kerrigan. My pronouns are she, her, hers. In terms of access needs, I may ask for certain things to be repeated, points of order. I also have not been feeling very well in this past week, super nauseous and overall not good. So I may need to turn my camera off, and I'll try my best to be as fully active as I can today. And I also need to leave at 8:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nikki. Just got a chat from Global Asian Studies. Hello, my name is Eunice. My pronouns are she, hers. I'm heading back home from work now, so my internet may be a bit unstable, but my access needs are met. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Eunice. Please be careful on heading back home if you're driving. Still okay to join late if necessary. Don't want you to be distracted driving if that's the case. Okay. And Kashish, hi all, this is Kashish. I use she, her pronouns. My mic has been iffy, so I may have to use chat exclusively today, but I will try to troubleshoot. Okay, thank you. Okay, physics.
Hi everyone, my name's Graham, pronouns he, him, and all my access needs are met.
Okay, thank you. Political science.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby, he, him pronouns, and for access needs, my Wi-Fi just kind of sucks, so I'll do my best to stay refreshed if I need to.
Okay, Tiffany, oh sorry, psychology. I think Tiffany said she was on her way home in Discord. Or then her phone was dying, and that she's on her way home. So she'll join us in a little bit. Science Undergraduate Society is on a leave of absence. Society of Arts and Social Sciences, they come let know that she's in the honors class right now and she'll join whenever possible. So she'll probably be late. Sociology and Anthropology.
Hello, my name is Arthur. I'm subbing for Kayla today. My pronouns he, him, and my access needs are met, and I will probably have to go to a tutorial at about 5:30 until 6:20. I'll join back in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Software systems, let me know he's sending regrets. Statistics and actuarial sciences.
Hello everyone, my name is Tia. My pronouns is she or her. All my access needs are met. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have from engineering sciences. Hi, my name is Sarah. My pronouns are she, her. All my access needs are met, but we'll be using the chat today. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Sustainable energy engineering. Okay. Moving into constituency groups. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Student Association. Okay. International Student Advocates.
Hello everyone, my name is Chi. My pronouns is she, her, hers. All of my access needs have been met. Thank you.
Thank you. Students of Trimmin and African ancestry. Women's Center Collective. Name will be joined late. Thank you very much for letting us know, Liz. Student Athletic Advisory Committee. Okay. Have I missed any? Oh, sorry. And now Exec Committee. Acting President, Chair, myself. So my name is Corbett. Pronouns are he and his, and access needs are met. Acting VP Internal and Organizational Development.
Hi, my name is Chloe. My pronouns are she, her, and all my access needs are met.
Thank you. VP Finance and Services.
It's like up there in the chat.
Oh, sorry, I scrolled over it. Okay, thank you. Almas, yes. Thank you, Almas. Almas Bandura, she, her, VP Finance Services, all access needs met, down with a cold today. Okay. VP University and Academic Affairs.
Hey everyone, my name is Serena, pronouns they, she. In terms of access needs, my internet's a bit slow today and I'm also listening to music to help me focus. So if I miss anything, I might just ask you to repeat what you said. But other than that, my access needs are met.
Thank you. VP and External Community Affairs is on leave of absence. VP Equity and Sustainability.
Thank you. Hey everyone, my name is Marie. Pronouns are she, her, hers. My access needs are met, but my brain is very frazzled today because of my ADHD. So as well, like if I need clarification, I'll just let you know to repeat yourself. But that's all.
Thank you. Society staff, operations organizer. Board organizer. Ella, saw you here earlier.
Ella, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Or you were unmuted.
Okay, no problem, Ella. BD, oh, sorry, Policy Research and Community Affairs. My name is BD. She, her access needs are met. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Jess. Yes, I did skip over you. My apologies. Jess, she, her, VP Events and Student Affairs. I will leave after my presentation. Okay. And Ella, she, her, apparently tech issues, so my access needs are partially met. Okay. Administrative assistant.
Hi, my name is Christina. She, her, access needs are met.
Thank you. And building manager. I don't think John's in today. In here today. Okay. Yeah, there's 4 different leave absences. International Student Studies Association. So Diana, Zaid from SUS, Chloe is actually going to be leave absence starting later, so that we'll have to get that changed, Christina. And BPA External Community Affairs is on a leave absence. Okay, we'll move on. Sorry, before I go on, have I missed anyone that came in? I think Tiffany, you came in just now.
Yes, I did. My name is Tiffany for psychology. Pronouns are she, they. Access needs are met, but I am experiencing some brain fog today after a long day of work, so I may ask for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. Anyone else I missed? No, we can, we have some people coming in later, it's no problem. Okay, we'll move into item 5, consent agenda. 5.1, consent agenda. The motion is be it resolved to adopt the consent agenda by unanimous consent. The items in the consent agenda, there's 4 items. 2 batches of minutes, 3 from council. We finally got the January 19th and February 2nd minutes all corrected. And we also have minutes from our February 16th meeting. And then we also have a batch of committee minutes, from, one from Accessibility Committee from October 19th last year, one from Exec from February 22nd, and 2 from Oversight Committee on Executive Officers for February 18th and February 25th. And then we have 2 policy amendments. 5.13 is amending personnel policy regarding office and building closures. This was introduced back in early January, but we didn't get it online, or we didn't notice it was online as part of the notice of motion policy requirements. The first one relates to just clarifying, adding a new policy around how buildings and office closures occur, especially related to sub. In the past, this policy was only related when we only were in the MPC, where we didn't have control over the building that was controlled by SFU. And so we just had an office closure policy for like things like snow days or some other kind of emergency or something. Now we have full control. We have the sub, which we control, and we need to update our policies around how that would work. Because there could be times where, say, the operations society, in the sense of like different staff offices are closed versus the building's still open, or building's closed, etc. And then finally, in 5.1.4, we have the research outreach committee terms of reference. There's been a working group that's been operating for quite a while, with the purpose of it to help improve council outreach, to help share what council is working on and what council does to the student membership, to help further our outreach and communications. The goal was to form this into a proper committee, and we have the terms of reference as listed in the consent agenda, as well as it was attached as a was added the full TORs in the doc that was attached with in the agenda. So is there any objections to any of these items in the, if there's any objections to any of the items in this consent agenda that you think that should be moved out and either properly, not say properly, fully opportunity for debate on, please list yourself. If not, then we will go with all these items that are unanimously are approved by unanimous consent. Seeing none, then yes, all these items are approved by unanimous consent. Yes, outreach finally got up front of everyone and approved. Moving on to item 6, adoption of the agenda. 6.1, be it resolved to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a mover?
Political science.
Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. So Abby moved and Ben seconded. So discussion, if you'd like to make changes to the agenda, please list yourself. Okay, I'll list myself as well. Okay, Chloe, go first.
I'd like to move to amend the agenda to include a motion titled Governance Committee Appointments.
Okay. Can you copy and paste in the chat the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Joseph?
Yeah, so I'd like to move. Can you hear me? Is it too quiet?
I can hear you.
Okay. I'd like to move to amend the agenda to bring item 11.1 under new business. So the statement in solidarity with Pacific community members to be after presentation 7.1, no cops on campus. That's just because I have a couple folks who worked on this motion who are going to pop into the meeting and I don't want them to be here too long.
Okay. So you like to, just for clarity for anyone, you like to move it to after the 7.1 presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Myself, I'd like to add a motion to accept the regrets for, sorry, 1 second, put in my notes. Regrets for software systems counselor and mechatronics counselors. And I would like to add that before the presentations, right after this item. Okay. I'll just put it out in the chat. Okay. Any other amendments or changes to the agenda? Nikki?
Okay. I'm not sure if my discussion item has been submitted, so I'm just like double checking.
This is to do with sorry, 1 second. Do with like,
it's a budget. Like it wasn't the budget part, but it was like the turnaround time for reimbursements for clubs and DSUs. Is one I submitted a while ago.
Yeah, sorry. I think I moved it to the 30th because we needed the 30th meeting because I needed some more time to get information from staff.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I communicated that. My apologies.
Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing else, then we'll move to approve this agenda, this amendment in a batch. Sorry. There's an item, just review for Almas, there's an item for discussion for the following council meeting. I'll offline, I'll talk to you about it. Okay. So yeah, I will move to amend the agenda to add these items as a batch. Do I have a seconder?
Math.
Thank you, Matt. Any discussion on the items? Okay, seeing none, moving to a vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you like to dissent or abstain, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that carries. Now that amendment carries, so we'll now move back to the main motion with this amended agenda. I'd like to move to a vote. If you would like to, sorry, all in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. That carries unanimously, and we'll now move on to regrets for, just because Arti from BMS has attempted to come in, so her rounds are Arti, she, her, and I'm the BMS counselor. Starting late, all my access needs are met. Thank you. Okay, we're moving into regrets for the mechatronics mechatronics systems engineering and software systems counselors. They both sent regrets of not being able to attend. Motion is, be it resolved that council approve the regrets for the software systems student society counselor and mechatronics systems engineering student society counselor. I'll move that motion. Do you have a second? Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Thank you. Sorry, 1 second. My brain's all over the place right now. Any discussion on that? Liz, please just list yourself. Okay, move to vote. All in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to item 7, presentations. First presentation is No Cops on Campus, presented by Chantel Spicer. Give me 1 minute, Chantel, and I will make you a co-host so you can share presentation items. Any slides?
Yep, I've got slides. Thank you, Corbett.
Yeah. So let me know if you can, if that allows you to share on the screen.
Yep, give me just a second here. Yep, give me just a second. Let me get it set up here. How does that look for folks? Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's good there.
I also want to say I'm co-presenting with HAFSA. That's what I was going to call HAFSA as well.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey. So hey everybody. So for those of you who don't know me, I feel like I know lots of folks in this space, which is great to see so many faces. My name is Chantel. I'm a former student at SFU and the very recent new Director of Engagement at the Simon Fraser Public Interest Research Group, or the SFPIRG. And I've been organizing along with Hafsa. I'll let Hafsa introduce herself. With No Cops on Campus for quite some time, including in a number of kinds of like different renditions of this over the last few years. So I'm definitely very excited to have the chance to come and speak with you folks today at this kind of like hinge point that we're at this moment.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Hafsa. I'm Director of Access and Equity at the Graduate Student Society. And yeah, Chantal said it really well. She'll kind of go into a little bit, or we'll probably go into a little bit of how this group kind of culminated. Yeah, like we'll just start the presentation now. And thank you for joining us.
I think you're this first slide, my dear.
Oh, slide 2. Sorry.
It's all good.
So sorry. As we now know all too well, the RCMP has a history of white supremacist and colonial violence in Canada, having been initiated as to clear the land of Indigenous people to make way for white settlement, while also serving as slave patrol. This is not a historical issue, as RCMP and hired security continue to colonize Indigenous land and punish land defenders on behalf of and at the request of the Canadian government and industry. They continue to over-police Black, Brown, disabled people, members of the LGBTQ2S+ and low-income or houseless peoples. This is documenting policing and security at SFU, but these occurrences are also happening at a larger societal scale, what our comrade Tiara calls the Great Reckoning, including the murder of George Floyd, Chantel Moore, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. Violence against BIPOC folks has been met with a large-scale social pushback from the Defund the Police and Black Lives Matter movements worldwide, and this is not only happening out there in the real world or in the world, but from SFU's founding in 1965, administration has relied on RCMP to suppress student protest, police Black and Indigenous bodies, and promote a culture of colonial white supremacist security on campus. As a campus community, we have seen this expressed in a variety of ways, from Black, Brown, and Indigenous students being stalked by security for simply being on campus, to security responding inappropriately and harmfully to survivors of sexualized violence, to the violent arrest of a Black alumni in December of 2022, as many of you have probably heard. At other universities across the province, police are harming students in their response to wellness check requests, as we saw when RCMP responded to a call from Concern regarding a female student's state of mental health, and she was dragged by her hair from the building.
Great, thanks, Hafsa. I almost feel like this presentation needs to have like a trigger warning at the start of it, because this is definitely very intense and very real life experiences that students here have also experienced as well. So sorry for not starting off with that. Mm-hmm. So in terms of what we've been doing on campus, even prior to the hinge moment of the violent arrest in December of 2020, students and workers were beginning to call out and take action against the kinds of community safety that we were seeing, perpetrated really by RCMP and security on campus. So following the murder of George Floyd and the public statements released by the university and the president, President Petter, at that time in May and June of 2020, the SFU community was already pushing for there to be real, tangible action taken by the institution. We called for more than statements and co-opted words without tangible actions attached to them. And even the university's own EDI committee rejected the statements made by departments from the institution and President Petter at that time, saying that anti-Black racism was real, anti-Indigenous racism was real, anti-Asian racism was, like, these were all things that were happening on campus that were often being perpetrated by police and security. So we began pushing on a number of things, including getting RCMP recruitment off campus and calling for different approaches to safety, especially for and to be led by Black and Indigenous community members. And then December happened, when there was the violent arrest where campus security called the police and the alumni was pepper sprayed, tased, arrested, and charged. And from that point in December until March, there was a great number of student groups who spoke up, including the SFSS, condemning the incident and speaking up about racial profiling and the harms that policing and security carry in their practices against Black and Indigenous people, as well as many other community members on campus. This included many media releases and interviews and letters written, all of those kinds of things, to the point that the institution, then under President Joy Johnson, had the McKay report struck and then released. This was an external review that had much pushback that included many student groups, including the SFSS, TSSU, and the SSJC, which is a committee of the TSSU, rejecting the report outrightly for the lack of consideration that it had of the role of policing. Like, that report really didn't cover the role of policing at all, and how it was that these kinds of issues escalate up on a broader scale anyway. And then in April of 2021, there was a student safety committee formed, which I know there are some folks in this group who sat on that committee or supported people who sat on that committee, which has now wrapped. But Black and Indigenous and racialized students were not included until very late in the process, were certainly not centered. Members of that committee never saw the full McKay report. And also this committee, which was struck really to address like how the university was going to tangibly address issues of lack of safety on campus, ended up just being a committee that talked about how it was that students were going to be consulted about safety on campus. So really totally missed the mark, and an opportunity with some really brilliant student and community voices to have a real conversation and create like a real tangible action plan out of that point.
So in the summer of 2021, the SF ran a Transformative Justice Summer Camp series that brought together student and community organizers who were doing this work to share with students interested in learning more about worlds without police. Following that series and connecting with the work that was being done, a group of students and staff formed a community collective called No Cops on Campus that aims to eliminate policing and security presence as it exists now. This campaign is part of decades of work, not only happening here, but across the country along students that organize under the banner of No Cops on Campus. Other chapters of this work under the name No Cops on Campus or Cops Off Campus include the University of Toronto, McGill University, University of Alberta, University of Manitoba, as well as numerous institutions across the US, including Stanford and Princeton. Similar work is also taking place in the K-12 education system, as seen in the successful campaigns in New Westminster and Vancouver for cops out of schools. The name No Cops on Campus speaks to our aspirations for a campus and larger societal environment that doesn't rely on violent institutions and practices for community safety. These features that we are advocating for are not a lack of policing, but the presence of strong communities expressed through mutual aid, peer support networks, and ongoing education and training. These are alternatives that reject tactics of surveillance, violence, or social control used by policing and security systems, while simultaneously working to build futures where this is less violent crime to which there's less violent crime to which to respond. We know that the road to this goal is one that will require many initial steps. And in the first steps, our work is the work of harm reduction. So we seek to push the university towards policies and practices that minimize harm experienced by marginalized community members on our campus.
So I do, like, before really moving on, want to just be very clear about one thing in particular, which is that the name No Cops on Campus doesn't mean that we hate police officers or that we think that all police officers are bad people. We really identify this as a structural issue, not an individual issue. So when organizations declare climate crisis and divest from fossil fuels or take action towards climate change, those organizations are not condemning workers involved in the industry and activities that affect the climate. They're making a statement and taking action against a larger structural problem that harms people and lands and futures. So in the case of talking about a campaign like No Cops on Campus, this means that we're taking a stand against policing or security structure, ideology, and practice that historically and contemporarily causes harm to people and lands and futures. So we as a student and workers collective are working towards the elimination of police and policing present on campus. As we work towards this, like Hafsa said, we realize that there needs to be some like tangible, actionable steps that are what we see as like effectively harm reduction. Some of these things look like SFU investment in student run and student empowering transformative justice practices and community safety. For instance, right now there's a SFU run group of students that trains students in how to be security officers. These are like volunteer students who like pick up the torch of enacting community safety through contemporary, like, you know, kind of like status quo practices of security. And SFU could be doing the exact same thing, but empowering transformative justice practices and educating students about these kinds of methods of community safety instead. We would also really love to see data on the current cost of security at SFU, both in-house and through contracted firms such as Paladin. We know that there's a very clear line in the current SFU budget of about $6.4 million for security for 2020 to 2021. I would like to say this is an increase of $4 million over the previous year, and at a time where there were actually less students on campus because we were all taking courses online. But we know that there are also kind of like hidden security costs that are probably in other budget lines. So we just like some kind of like transparency around that. We would like to see no police, military, border patrol, or corrections recruitment happening on campus. Allowing for students to expunge their names from security records when there has been no crime. So basically right now, if security stops a student and cards you and security takes your name, you have a kind of like a permanent record. It's not a quote, actually. It is a permanent record with security, even just for being stopped and providing them with your name. So we think that like that should definitely not be allowed. We would also like transparency around whether SFU investments support arms manufacturers and any research funding attached to war, arms, and weapons. Tracking and accountability of personnel who frequently escalate on calls or have complaints put against them. And again, kind of like no carding by security, which is attached to the previous point. So these are not all of our calls for action, but represent some of the larger foundational pieces or some like good first steps that we're calling for that overcome ideas of reform. So these are calls to action that we believe will reduce harm to campus community members, namely students of color, and that will begin to shift SFU away from a reliance on the RCMP and other colonial security systems that create that harm. So although we also have some like very aspirational policy recommendations as well. But because of current SFU kind of like opaqueness, lack of transparency around current security and policing practices, they kind of have to be aspirational policy recommendations at this point because we don't even know enough to make tangible policy recommendations. They're all of the processes and practices are hidden within contracts between SFU and the security firms that they contract. So reducing this transparency is really crucial for us even knowing what to ask for, and would also be really crucial for holding the institution accountable when harm is done. We would also really like to see student-run consultations for how to address immediate security reforms. We know that this committee that was supposed to create a tangible action plan kind of like shifted to how do we consult students about it. So we would definitely really like to see SFU support us as students actually running those consultations so that we know to ask the right questions, you know, we're creating safe spaces, we're actually really listening to each other. And also making relationships that way. And we would also like to see some explicit policy language. So I will say that there is one policy that exists around community safety. It's very brief. I can put a link to it in the chat at the end of our presentation here, but it does not have any explicit language that acknowledges the historical harms of police.
That slide.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so what I was talking about was that in the policy on campus safety as it exists now is very brief.
Sorry, just
and
you know, your screen isn't being shared. If it's supposed to.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No, so HAPSA doesn't care if I show the next one, and the slides are just pictures anyway. So if you're fine with me just talking, then I'm fine with just talking. Is that there's no explicit policy language about the historical harms of policing that has been caused to Indigenous, Black and Brown peoples, as well as communities who have been the target of colonial law in the past, such as Asian and South Asian peoples, disabled peoples, and peoples who have been persecuted for religious affiliations. So yeah, we just like to see explicit policy acknowledgement about why it is that having policies about real community safety are important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what we're going to go, what we're hoping to do next is we're currently undertaking student-run consultations about community safety and wellness. That is beginning in the SFSS equity seeking groups, and we'll slowly move outwards to hear from students across campus in a variety of ways, including a forthcoming survey and a number of events. At this time, we welcome feedback, insights, and perspectives that students can bring that will strengthen our language and campaign. The focus of the campaign is to center and be led by the voices of those students who are most harmed by policing and security, with the understanding that a more just and nonviolent world benefits all students. We are making presentations like this to student societies, clubs, department unions, and it's part of the educational outreach that builds towards the endorsement and support, with the understanding that students are the ones that will be impacted the most as a whole. And we have already given similar presentations and been endorsed by FNM ISA, SOCA, the GSS, Graduate Psychology Caucus, TSSU, and the Sociology and Anthropology Undergraduate Union, hosting an ongoing education series about policing, futures without policing, transformative justice, training, beginning in the summer term. That like this, we will be hosting an ongoing educational series about policing, futures without policing, transformative justice training, and that will be beginning in the summer term, and will also include participatory and art-based practices. We'll also be building relationships with other student and worker groups, doing abolition work on and off campus. So sharing all of these experiences and perspectives through ongoing institutional advocacy for better policy and practice regarding community safety is something that's super important for us. So if you can tell, we really hope that this is the first part of a conversation with you and your members of your department that will be ongoing conversations and lead to an endorsement of the No Cops on Campus campaign. We're dreaming something really big and exciting towards together in this campaign, and it takes all of us dreaming, working, thinking, and learning together to make the changes that we need to make and see. So please connect with us in the upcoming weeks if your caucus would like a presentation, if you believe that you need like your caucus members guys would like to ask more questions, or you would like to be more informed. And then the endorsement of this campaign won't go for, I believe, a couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody would like a similar presentation to this, or just like have space in your department union meetings, or like a club that you're a part of, we're happy to come and just like hold good space and answer any questions and have good discussion together. So I'm going to put my email in the chat. As staff at SFPERG, I've kind of been coordinating some of this so that unpaid students don't have to do it. It's a lot of coordinating. So do please be in touch with me about any questions, concerns, ideas you might have, and I'm happy to respond to you. So I'm just going to put that in the chat.
Thank you very much, Chantal, and sorry, switching to the reviews. I can see everyone's, and Hafsa. Thank you, Chantal and Hafsa. Is there any, yeah, and as I said, thank you for pulling through this mess. Is there any questions for Chantal and Hafsa about the presentation? And also, I strongly encourage student groups, students especially, to take up them on their offer of doing follow-up meetings and sessions with your groups. And also to review the FAQ and the actions and such, because there's quite a few good ones for good talking points and good things to ask for clarity or. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, Chantal and Hafsa. Like, this work is, I don't know how to put it in words how important it is. It's so overbearing for like Black, Indigenous, and many like people of color to hold on this kind of fear on themselves every single day. Many Black and Indigenous students and faculty and staff go to work, maneuver around our cities on guard almost all the time. And that's heavy. And it's something that many POC folks won't understand. It's something that many white folks won't understand as well. So you bring this up, and it's so important just to think of this in reference with our identities in space too. And I'm just like so grateful for your work. This stuff comes with a lot of backlash. It comes with a lot of harm, comes with a lot of an emotional trauma, as we just saw. And it takes a lot of strength to continue pushing and stick to the values and understand why this is so important to do. So in any ways that I can support, please let me know. I'm happy to. This is why I came into my role, because there was such a large gap between understanding racialized student experience. Even previously, I never felt like I belonged on campus, was very fearful of security and police when they were on campus as well. And it's not something that I want any other racialized person to feel, hopefully in the future too. So thanks for bringing this forward. I really am appreciative of it. And if you'd like to just let us know ways we can get involved, or ways maybe the council can help as well, please let us know right now for sure, or later, up to you.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that, Marie. And yeah, I mean, the work of so many students who are impacted by police and policing and security is why we do this. And like really like this campaign is just built from your brilliance and like the brilliance of people who have been impacted and who have, despite being impacted, built totally different structures of support and care for each other outside of that. Like really, we wouldn't have any alternatives to policing if it wasn't for the brilliance of Black and Brown and Indigenous people around the world. In terms of how it is that students can be involved, so we're a very we have a lot of folks who are on our mailing list, but because the vast majority of the people who are in this collective are students, the capacities are, as you are probably very familiar with yourselves, very wavering all the time. And we're very understanding of that. We have a few different staff members from different parts of the campus who do a lot of the like, kind of like sustaining, pushing work. That keeps it kind of going logistically, but we would love to have more students involved. We're still in the like very early like dreaming, planning, envisioning, like very radical phase. So it's a really good time to step into this work with us. So if you would like to be involved in the place that we're at right now, which Hafsa was describing, I'm happy to put you on our like listserv. And if you're able to attend meetings or participate in like supporting events, we welcome the capacities that you have into this very gratefully and joyfully. We also, as Hafsa had said, we're going to be doing a lot of student consultations coming up over probably the next year. So definitely like we're happy to come back to council and do like a council specific session later on. We'd love to have you like join in and like boost the activities that we're doing. We're going to try and do like this soft launch of consultations now and into May, and then do like a big push in the fall. So that's where we'll really need like a lot of support from the SFSS and getting the word out about how it is that students can be involved. So yeah, there's lots of ways to be engaged in this work right now, but I also recognize that there's probably a lot of people who are in this group who are already doing this work like in their own corners. So even if you're not directly involved with us, like we see you and we know that you're doing the work too.
Yeah, I'll say thank you. I hope that you guys have a good rest of your meeting. If anyone needs support at all, like I am available too. Like I'll send my email through the chat here. And I hope that everyone has a safe rest of their day. I am so sorry that, you know, like we were interrupted so shittily. Sorry, for lack of a better word. But yeah, like it's an example of like what the importance of this work, you know, the safety from like that may be a disgruntled student, but at the end of the day, there's no safety in cops either. And that's something that's what we are trying to push here is like there is a way that we can establish a safer campus for all of our students, all of the people on campus. And we're hoping that we can get your support in doing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Marie, you had another list?
Yeah, I just wanted to say like maybe you could connect further with some like of the incoming executives in the future, just because our terms actually end in like very soon, actually the end of April. So I know like folks like Abby, I know Nikki is here, other folks like, yeah, there's so many other people who are on council right now who are going to be but yeah, we could definitely connect you folks together, and like we could hope for a commitment moving forward to bring this back when applicable.
All right, great, thank you. Did you guys have the rest of the meeting? Did you want us to stay on, or is there anything else?
You could totally stay if you want, but I know you all have very, very busy schedules. Later, something that I know you folks are passionate about, we're going to be discussing the whole TMX stuff with Dr. Tim and Zain as well. So all power to them. But if you want to stay, you can. But it is a very long meeting, so understandable if you'd like to go. No worries.
I believe Gabe is presenting on that for GSS on Thursday, so
Nice.
I think I'll be heading out. But thank you guys so much, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. See you.
Hi, Chika. Thank you, everybody, so much. Have a good rest of your meeting. Take good care tonight. Bye.
Okay, thank you. We are moving into item, a new business item for the agenda. Give me one second to scroll to it. Simon Fraser Student Society statement in solidarity with SFE community members detained for protesting against Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion, TMX. This is submitted by Health Science Counselor Giselle. The full. It's a fairly lengthy motion, so I'll read it out. Whereas the Trans Mountain Expansion TMX project is currently increasing their tank twofold, adding 14 new tanks to their already existing 13 tanks, in which one existing tank will be replaced within the Burnaby terminal located next to the Simon Fraser University SFU Burnaby campus. Whereas despite the threat the expansion poses to its students and the environment, SFU has yet to take a clear stance against the Trans Mountain Expansion project. Whereas the SFS is located on the traditional unceded territories of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam nations, of which the Trans Mountain Expansion TMX pipeline is trespassing and being built without their free, prior, informed consent. Whereas the SFS opposes the TMX on the grounds of violation of Indigenous sovereignty and supports actions of Indigenous land and water defenders against TMX. Whereas the 2020-2021 SFS Board of Directors passed issue policy IP-6, Climate Justice and Sustainability, which outlines on page 24. The SFS opposes under 2A, funding and construction of new and existing fossil fuel infrastructure, such as the Trans Mountain Expansion, TMX, and Coast GasLink CGL pipeline. Whereas the current SFS stance is in full opposition to the TMX pipelines and continues to advocate and support climate justice initiatives and calls to action. Whereas the SFS believes in the right to peaceful protests and assembly. Whereas the activism work of Zain Huq and Dr. Tim Takaro contributed to pressure towards SFE to fully divest from fossil fuels and was successful. Be resolved that SFS Council endorse, sign, and release a statement in solidarity with SFE student Zain Huq and SFE professor Dr. Tim Takaro for their arrests and or upcoming trial immediately. Be further resolved that SFS Communications sends a statement to the SFE administration upon release to request they share, amplify, and stand in solidarity with Zain Huq and Dr. Tim Takaro. Do I have a mover?
Giselle?
Giselle moves. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Sorry, to say that again?
Chloe.
Chloe. Thank you, Chloe. Okay, discussion. Since you submitted this, would you like to introduce the motion?
Yes, and I also have two folks here. I have Jaden and Elise, so I was wondering if after myself, if they could go as well. They are mindful of the 2-minute limit as well. Is that okay, Corbett?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't hear you fully.
No worries. Okay, but hi everyone, I'll just keep this quick. I put forward a motion for the SFSS to release a statement in solidarity for arrested SFU community members against the TMX project. This was done in collaboration with SFU 350 and supported by climate activist Jaden Dyer and SFU Health Sciences faculty member Kate Tyrion. Can you hear me? Because I know is the audio okay? As previously brought up by Acting VP Internal Chloe and VP External Matt, the purpose of the TMX expansion project is to construct a pipeline next to their already existing pipeline, which serves to transport crude oil, semi-refined, and refined products from Edmonton to the West Ridge Marine Terminal in Burnaby. And so Trans Mountain already has 13 tanks within the Burnaby terminal located next to SFU, and they plan on adding 14 new tanks, in which one existing tank will be replaced as part of the expansion. And so, as I outlined in the briefing note, this is incredibly dangerous to the SFU community and the impacts it will have on climate change. The SFSS in the past has already made its clear opposition against the project and also supported the Anti-TMX Day of Action, which was organized by Chloe and SFU 250, which was last semester. And so, as per our issues policies on climate justice and sustainability and Indigenous inclusion reconciliation, as I outlined in the briefing note, the SFSS should release a statement in support of community members who are fighting the important fight against the pipeline. So now I'll pass it on to Jaden if she's here.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Jaden Dyer, and I've worked very closely with both Dr. Tim Takaro and with Zane. So Dr. Takaro, head of the Health Sciences Department at SFU, was arrested for allegedly breaching a court injunction for the Trans Mountain Expansion Project by camping out in the trees of Lost Creek near Production University SkyTrain Station. This is an area the TMX project is intended to pass through. And so its intention was to delay construction in hopes the federal government would move to cancel the project. Last summer marked a year of Dr. Takaro's efforts in occupying Lost Creek. He has long fought, however, as an anti-TMX activist and a member of the Protect the Pipeline Stop TMX Coalition for the safety of students, staff, faculty, residents, and Indigenous peoples on Burnaby Mountain, endangered by the local and global threat the expansion project poses. He's dedicated his career to researching the human health effects of climate change and played an essential role in generating awareness on the project's extreme threat to livelihood, from organizing meetings with Burnaby residents and fire chiefs to initiating a parliamentary petition against the project that gathered over 5,500 signatures in only 1 month. Zane is a 21-year-old international student who was similarly arrested for breaching a court injunction by occupying the Lost Creek area. He's been participating in climate activism and civil resistance since he first came to Canada and started at SFU in 2019. He established and leads the campaign Save Old Growth, a team of young people participating in peaceful civil disobedience to pressure the provincial government to end the logging of old growth forests immediately, of which several SFU students are involved. Last fall, Zane vowed to hunger strike on campus if SFU did not commit to full divestment from fossil fuels by 2025, as well as to taking appropriate action to oppose the TMX project. Zane reached out to Dr. Takaro for his support in the campaign, in which was integral in facilitating the organization process and gaining further publicity and support. Despite their sentencing, Zane and Dr. Takaro continue to fight today for Indigenous rights, human safety, and a habitable planet, participating in political action and peaceful civil disobedience in the footsteps of the many social and environmental rights activists before them. Thank you.
Elise, you can go.
Thanks, Giselle. Hi, I'm Elise. I'm part of SFU 350. And why we have collaborated on this motion is we stand strongly against the TMX project as a group. We're dedicated to climate action and Indigenous sovereignty. Also because of the local risks the SFU community and residents of Burnaby Mountain face, such as the lack of fire protection that's become apparent and the high chance of an oil spill in the next 50 years associated with the TMX project. Therefore, we stand in solidarity with Zane and Dr. Takaro as we want to uplift and protect those who are on the front lines peacefully defending and protesting for the land, for Indigenous rights, and our future and safety. I would further like to emphasize that these were non-violent acts of civil disobedience charges, so we do not believe they should be prosecuted for trying to peacefully protect our planet and its peaceful people. So thanks for bringing this motion up, Giselle.
Okay, thank you. Giselle, do you have any further statements or do you want to go now? We can go into discussion.
We can go into discussion. Thank you.
Okay. If you'd like to list yourself, sorry, if you'd like to speak, please list yourself in the chat and we'll add you to the speakers list. Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor of this motion for 2 reasons. First of all, as mentioned, it was a non-violent protest, and I think if you're following all the laws and you're protesting, we should support that. Secondly, there was no sort of damage or anything done to the pipeline as far as I'm aware, or any sort of the projects there. Again, were being done peacefully. So again, if they're following all the rules, this is something we should support, particularly with our recent investment in fossil fuels. I think this is a good thing to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, I also am going to be voting in favor, but just want to thank you folks for coming and speaking to this. Yeah, really, honestly, Dr. Tim and Zaid have put forward so much much needed action that terrifies people, and putting their bodies literally on the line, and taking so much time away from their families and their friends in order to really center this, and they don't deserve this at all. So I'm going to be voting in favor. I also believe, like we've spoken about this before in terms of TMX and a lot of the unfortunate results of it, especially with the threat that it poses to the Burnaby Mountain community. But not only that, it's just like imposing on the rights of Indigenous sovereignty. That's first and foremost. None of them have approval of going forward with this on unceded lands. BC never signed a treaty. Their lands have never been so-called given up, even though other regions have signed treaties. There's still Indigenous sovereignty is number one regardless. So for that reason, I'm going to be voting in favor. And yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward, Josel. These are the things that we need to really be supporting people on, and just ensuring that they're always amplified, that they're always supported, because as you can see, like things like this can really take some like activist giants out of the front lines of a lot of work, and that's very impactful to the movements that they're contributing to. So thanks for this, and in solidarity with Dr. Tim and Zaid as well.
Thank you. Before going to Chloe, just heads up, the SOFA counselor is waiting to join, so I'm going to unlock the room, let them in, and then relock. Okay.
May I speak now?
Go ahead, Chloe.
Yeah, I will also be voting in favor of this motion. And I want to thank Josel, Jaden, and Elise for speaking. I think that council has been given more than enough information to show how harmful the pipeline is throughout briefing notes and the attachments Josel sent, as well as previous motions that have come to council. So I strongly encourage all councillors to vote in favor of this motion as well. Thank you.
Josel?
Yeah, while giving people some time to like immerse in their thoughts, because I know we've already had a kind of rough meeting. I just want to say like this is just like one step to being in solidarity with folks who are putting their bodies on the front lines. There is so much more that we can do, and I really hope that this statement is a first step. And so for folks who are thinking of being on council next year, running to get elected, for folks who are going to be future execs for the SFSS, I really hope that you folks also stay on top of what's happening in the community, what activists are doing, because we should constantly be doing this and recognizing their efforts, especially with how like prominent and pressing the climate crisis is.
Thank you. So, sorry, 1 second. I was going to actually list myself as well. I'm just double checking lists and stuff.
Sarah, as a counselor, I don't know who our HardJap is.
I think this is HardJap from GSS, but I can double check for you.
Okay, Linda's in. Okay, I'm going to relock the room. Okay, and just read out the intro. Linda, pronouns are she, her, and my access needs are, apologies I'm late, I did not have access to Zoom or / internet. Okay, the room is relocked. I just want to list myself and say I'm also in favor of this motion. Yeah, I've been following along with both people's activities, like both Tim's and Zave's, and I'm in support of their actions because they have been peaceful forms of protest to civilists. And again, we're against I personally am the SFSS against the TMX pipeline, and we should show support for these people. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Giselle, for correcting what I was saying. Is there any more questions, comments? If not, we'll move to a vote. Giselle, you have a list?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Giselle. Sorry, I don't know if we're going to break it for this. We're only supposed to have 2 lists. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you. I just realized that just as I said yes. Okay. No one else has anything more? We'll move to a vote. And I didn't hear any negatives, so I will do a unanimous consent vote. So all in favor seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. We'll move on to next presentation. Go back to our normal list of agenda items. So moving on to 7.2, sub updates, event guidelines and sub bookings, presented by VP Events and Student Affairs, Jess Dela Cruz. And do I need to add you as a co-host if you have to show anything?
I do have to show something, but I think I should be okay.
Okay.
So, this is just like a TLDR of what's happening over the past few weeks regards to the sub. So on February 22nd, that's when we reopened after our closure. On the same day, students were allowed to do table booking. And this took, you can do it through the portal, which you should have access to if you use your student ID. And then if you do want to book, you do this 5 days in advance. Shelley had moved on as the building coordinator to help with also events and room bookings within the student union building, and I'll give her contact information at the end of this presentation. We have 3 spaces for tabling right now where you can go with your club or student union. Level 3000 at the social stage, level 3000 at the end of the hallway where the planters are supposed to be, and then also level 2000 in the cafeteria. On March 1st, the meetings room were open to book. Again, 5 business days prior, if you want to use that space and use the portal. Here you can host meetings. Also, congrats to UNICEF for their little cute meeting. I saw the photos. I'm so happy for you guys. That was really awesome. So happy to see that now. You can do small events with your union, like painting, crafting, whatever you do. And then the limit is based on the room capacity. For the study rooms, they've been open for a while now, and then you book this either in person at the Go Desk or through the portal. Right now, because of COVID, they are at an individual capacity. And this here, like obviously, like you can also take off your mask because it's just you. And then the other thing that I forgot to include in here is that the small music booths right now are for immunocompromised students or for students living with immunocompromised family members. And DNA and Matt and Serena have been working on that, as well as John. There were also air purifiers bought for some of these spaces so that for students who need that, it's available for them as well. For events in the ballroom, it's going to start opening up around April or mid-April. And so Shelley has made this document where you would have to fill in. So for events under 30 people, there needs to be a 15 business day minimum from the day the request is preferred. Events over 30 people in open spaces or even in the ballroom, 20 business days minimum from the request is received to the day of your event is preferred, and even more time would be amazing. And so you would be giving all of this contact information and filling out this sheet. Contact info, date and time, your event details. So again, just a reminder, this is specifically for the sub. Event details include description of event with key activities, number of attendees, etc., etc. Food and beverage, is there any food or drink being served? What is being served from where, etc., etc. If alcohol is being served, it must be licensed bartending or catering company. All attendees must be 19 plus. How would you check their ID? Answers, or there's going to be questions where you would answer things about setup and other stuff, such as like, do you need extra tables or chairs or signage for direction? Do you need AV and what kind? And so that is also going to be available. If you need to access this doc, email sub.bookings@sfss.ca. That's Shelley. And so her contact information I'll give at the end again. Lockers. So this is something that's new, finally open, sent to clubs and student unions around last week. Exec reviewed these guidelines. And so these are the guidelines. You should have this already, but this is just the document, and I'll slowly go over it for you. Provided by the SFSS. The lock provided by the SFSS is the only one that can be used on the assigned locker. No other lock is to be used. In the event that a lock becomes damaged or broken, groups will be charged $15. Recommended that you keep it only between 1 to 2 executives of your club or student union. Please don't put food items, substances, live organisms, flammable or combustible items, toxic materials, weapons, etc. in the locker. The SFSS is not responsible for anything that is lost, stolen, or damaged. And then these are more instructions on the locker assignment, renewal, and turnover. And so if you have not received this, you can email one of our MSC staff. And this is for Shelley, who can help you with the room bookings and whatnot. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Jess. Anyone want to list themselves? Sorry, there's been a lot of messages directly to me about some stuff, so give me a second outside of this discussion to sort this out. And but if you have any questions currently right now for Jess in the presentation, please list yourself. Ben?
While I do agree with the concerns raised about Zoom bombing if we do unlock the meeting, my concern is that, are we in violation of bylaw 6 here by not unlocking it technically, as members can't access the meeting?
That's what I'm sorting out. Can we give me a bit of time to figure that out first before, so in the meantime, can we continue to just focus on the topic, on the presentation right now? Yes, I understand multiple people have been, I'm sorting it out, thanks. Okay, everyone, sorry. What I'm going to try to do is see if we can get kind of a rush from SA and get SF support to move over to one of their things that has the SFU email connected to it, so that we can use that to do verification. However, I'm not sure 100% sure that allows us to record our meetings, because I think SFU's system prevents that, so that might be another issue. So we'll try, but so give me some time, because this might not get done quickly. Okay. And in the meantime, does anyone have any list items for Jess's presentation?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
I don't know if I missed this, but can you send the document you just showed us to council as well? I might have missed it, but I don't see it in the attachments.
Go ahead, Jess. Direct response.
I didn't
Actually,
send
Abby,
it
can you
as.
take over chairing sorry, my apologies to cut in. Abby, can you take over chairing temporarily while I sort this out to see if I can get this set up? Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Jess.
I didn't send it as an attachment because I would appreciate, and Shelley would appreciate, if everything would go to her, just so that there's a streamlined means of communication with these bookings. So please email her if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. If anyone else has any lists specifically to Jess's presentation, please list in the chat. Looks like we have nothing, so going once, going twice, gone. Thanks so much, Jess. If you are heading out, I hope you take care. We are going to move on to 7.3 Executive Transition Plan presented by Chloe and Ella.
My apologies. We are going to suspend that one because Ella had to drop after what happened. And so we will need to move to table that presentation till the next meeting.
Okay. I guess I should move for that, yeah? I guess I move to table 7.3 Executive Transition Plan until the March 30th meeting of Council. Can I get a seconder, please?
Seconds.
Ooh, that was close. I think I got math on that one. So political science moved, math seconds. Is there any discussion on tabling this? Nope. Okay. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please use the raise hand feature and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, no dissent, thank you. We'll table that till the next meeting. Okay, next we have number 8, reports from committees. First is the executive committee, but I don't know, Corbett, how we want to work on that. I don't know if you're the one who shares it or if it's someone else.
I can share it, or yeah, I can share it. One second.
Jess had to leave, yeah.
I can share it if it's helpful.
Sure, Marie. I'll make you a co-host so you can do that.
Okay, thanks. 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay, Marie, it says you are a co-host.
Okay, thank you. Please just let me know if you could see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, great. It's just the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Anyways, yeah, so council meeting and executive reports. This is from March 3rd to March 16th. And this will just like go over what executives have been doing the latest bit. And yeah, just you could feel free to ask us questions or reach out to us on our email or any other social media if you would like to chat more about them. But let's go next. Corbett, do you want to do yours last?
Yes, please.
I could also read them out if you'd like.
That works too. So then it's not slowed down. Thanks.
Sounds good. So Corbett was on a leave of absence on March 3rd. However, for meetings, he was part of the executive check-in to discuss what projects were being worked on and their capacity until the end of the term. He also had a meeting with staff about various student union building processes and concerns, I believe. And then multiple executive meetings in regards to transition meetings with the incoming president. These were, oh yeah, sorry, I made that so confusing. Basically just onboarding the incoming executive and just having like discussions and chats about it. So Corbett has been doing that and onboarding the incoming president. And then there's been weekly and bi-weekly check-ins with management for updates on projects that they're carrying out. Executive committee meeting and working session that occurs on Tuesdays. And then Corbett also ran a council developmental session on the SFSS budget and council's department spending. He met with the Women's Center and out on campus coordinators about kind of discussing how they could further furnish their spaces based on community feedback and what the steps would be in order to do that. He also met with the VP internal and PR CAC around the policy or governance goals for the remainder of the term. He also was in the CCBC meeting. I wish I could literally tell you these acronyms, but I'll let him do that later. He's also been working on a main project about completing the new peak lease agreement. So it expired in 2010, so we just need to work to instill it again, but ultimately he is just waiting on a response from the peak. Chloe, go for it.
Okay, so as many of you know, general council elections have been happening over the past couple weeks, so I've been answering a lot of emails from counselors and other execs who have questions about how to conduct their elections and whatnot. So that's taken up a lot of my admin time. For then governance committee / policy review, I've been meeting with Beatty and Corbett to discuss what Corbett wanted to have finished for the before the end of the fiscal year in terms of reviewing policies. And that policy review, for those of you who don't know, is done by the governance committee. So I've been working on getting governance committee together. So we actually had a meeting yesterday, and I included a little meme about me chairing my first committee meeting, which was a bit rough, but we got through it. Then we've had agenda planning meetings with Abby and Corbett, just trying to figure out how to make meetings, like just going over what's going to be on the agenda and how we can make meetings shorter in any way possible. Then, as was mentioned in Corbett's slide, we've had exec committee meetings, COVID regroups, and a working group with incoming execs. So the COVID regroup was to discuss the new PHL guidelines, and the working group with incoming execs was going over what the current execs do during our working group sessions, which is just like going over the agenda, certain different motions, stuff, just preparing for council meetings usually. Then I also had a meeting with the incoming VP internal, Judith, last week, and we just discussed current VP internal projects, as well as projects that might be passed on to her next year. Then we also had an informal outreach meeting. We had an informal outreach meeting on Monday, just deciding, because the notice of motion went out, and fortunately we now have an outreach committee, as was passed in consent agenda today. We're just discussing what the future plans for that will look like, and we decided to postpone forming appointing members to the committee until next year. So if any of you counselors will be here next year, that's a committee you could consider joining. And then last is the CCBC meeting, which I'm not going to talk about because we have a report on that meeting. And I also don't remember what the exact what the acronym exactly stands for. So so I don't know. Abby or Ben wants to drop the exact name in the chat. There we go. Committee on Council Breaches of Confidence. That's the exact, that's what it means. But yeah, that's all from me.
I'm going to be doing Almos's because Almos is not able to turn her mic on right now. So for VP Finance and Services, Almos was part of the executive check-in meeting, which is a regularly scheduled meeting to discuss around everyone's capacities, kind of what I talked about further. Ultimately, just looking at our capacities, what projects we need to finish that we've already committed to in our annual plans and ultimately throughout the year. Almos went to the abolitionist training for staff and council members with Amal Rana. So basically just discussing how we can apply abolitionist intentions within our security, whether that's in the student union building or on campus for advocacy purposes. Then was part of the Faculty of Science Dean Hiring Committee, which is in the final batch of interviews with 3 candidates who flew down to BC. Undergraduates have met with them and were able to greet them, and it was an open forum for students. There was also a presentation on their experience and what they would bring to the role. There was a financial matter meeting, and I believe it's talking about calculation discussions, MSc, generalist budget, research assistant affordability, and further. There was also a consultation, a consultative meeting was opened and that was ultimately revising policy processes, and the appendix with new definitions of teaching excellence was reviews as part of the initial meeting. Also, almost if you want to give more context to this meeting, the chat would be cool. Almost was also part of the meeting when it came to the furniture budget review meeting with Out on Campus and Women's Center with Corbett. She was part of the executive committee meeting and working sessions, and also had an administrative tasks and budgeting planning stuff throughout the last couple weeks, which includes meetings with Corbett about how he executed making budgets in his term, analysis projects undertaken by Zoya, of responding to emails, looking over and doing work reports, looking at payroll, and then also being part of the WIS scholarship stuff. Okay, Serena, go for it.
Thanks, Marie. So first off, I had a meeting with the accessibility department just to discuss like items that we should be finishing up before my term ends, and working on helping them transition to the next term. The accessibility assistant hiring committee found a successful candidate. Their name is Veronique, and they're amazing. They'll be supporting Brianna as the accessibility coordinator. Just like super impressed by her knowledge of disability justice and how they've applicated it in their experience. So I'm really excited for that. We had a bunch of meetings about the masks and social distancing in the sub previous to the new guidelines being released. Finally finished catching up on my emails. Just in case folks didn't know, I wanted to mention that there's a special meeting of Senate that's happening tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow about masks. Yes, just in case folks didn't know. The Board of Governors, there's also a meeting happening this upcoming Thursday, so not this Thursday, next Thursday, that includes the budget. So basically, by budget, I mean the tuition increases that they're going to impose on students. So we'll definitely be voting against that myself. Also attended the building futures of care, police-free campuses, training that was mentioned in Almas's report, management and staff meetings that have occurred over the past few weeks, just about the transition and wrapping up things for our term. Met with some folks from SFU admin about tuition waivers for, I always can't remember the acronym, but I believe it's Indigenous Residential Schools Survivors. So I think I should have added an S there. And KIN, they're actually looking into tuition waivers, or doing an exploratory like look into tuition waivers for all Indigenous folks, because they don't want to police like where people are from or whether they've experienced enough trauma to get a tuition waiver. So just speaking about that, so hopefully that's a project that could go forward past my term. It's just in the beginning phases at the moment. Thank you, Audrey. I really appreciate it. It's IRSSS, Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Yeah, so that's the acronym for the society. I meant to say IRSS, so Indian Residential School Survivors, or Indigenous Residential School Survivors is what I meant. Thank you, though. Enrollment Appeals Committee, so just addressing and helping, well, I wouldn't say helping because you're supposed to be neutral, but making sure that any appeals that students had in terms of getting their tuition back for withdrawals were dealt with. A check-in with Dina about things happening on the Surrey campus, so the need for housing, new Center for Accessible Learning, the exam center is being set up there, renovations for ISC, and a new student support person being hired for that campus as well. Admin stuff like standard operating procedures, work reports, planning out how I'm going to get all these reports done before my term's over. The BIPOC committee met today, which was great, planning for the accessibility committee meeting that's happening next week. And lastly, as always, you can always reach me over email, Discord, Facebook, or wherever.
Thanks, Serena. Oh, Matt is on a leave of absence. I believe he will be back on Monday. But yeah. Me now. Okay, so I've basically been part of preparing for the BIPOC meeting, so ensuring that all the seats are taken up by counselors. Matt and Joselle have been so helpful in ensuring that the meeting was called and that we were able to reach everyone to make sure that their availability was taken into account. Executive check-in regarding what we need to complete within our term for our annual plans and other initiatives we committed to. I also joined the training for building futures of care and police-free campuses, which was really awesome. It was really nice, and hope all the counselors who were there were able to like take something from it. But I've also been working on, well, previously was working on establishing the Black History Month events, and then we had one last Friday. I was working on the advertisements for it and just making sure it was out and invitations were kind of put forward too. It was so nice and like really meaningful, but basically Sade took us through how to analyze like identity within spaces and just showed how she does that through her art. So it was really impactful. Also, yes, it was not in February because you should be doing these things not only in February, we should be doing it throughout the year. But yeah, I was working on getting communications about the Vancouver Black Library Initiative that we donated to as executive. For Black History Month, we donated $3,000 to this organization. It's basically in order to make a safe space for Black folks within Vancouver, as many of the previous neighborhoods that were very established within Vancouver, like Hogan's Alley, were eradicated, and it's caused a lot of displacement, caused a lot of issues within so-called Vancouver, and just we're hoping to support initiatives that are building these things back. So yeah, it's really awesome. We have, thanks, Natasha. Sorry, guys, I'm so flustered. But we had BIPOC committee meetings today. I've been outreaching constituency groups for the representatives, and we are recruiting at-large members. They should all be in place for next week. I've been working finally at SFU has had some movement. So we had a WUSC and SFSS award established for last year. So it's basically, we're hoping for it to be a scholarship, but we noticed that it needed to be changed for the awards just based on criteria, and it wouldn't really change anything. But this is an award for one refugee student or one student with refugee background, and then one award for a Black domestic student. So both are 10K for 3 semesters collectively. But SFU has kind of been problematic in the past and hasn't actually established like a Black identification under their awards. So we were pushing them to do this, and there's been some movement on it since the Human Rights Office has been in place. So we're hoping that this will be established this year. Furthermore, I've been working really hard on getting out the consultative survey regarding mask requirements. If you haven't filled it out yet, it's literally closing today, 11:59 p.m. So get it in. But there's been a lot of responses, I believe over 2,000, which is really great. It basically was put in place because executives found that it was best fit in order to do so, to do a student-wide consultation, a constituency group consultation. There was further consultation with staff, and I was working on contents of like getting all these things out. And then a special meeting will be held tomorrow. We could talk about it. I know there's a discussion item on it, so I could answer questions there as well. I've been working on retrieving back the Freedom Square plaque from SFU that it was actually lost. SFU when they took it away and didn't give it back to the SFSS, and they had to find it, and it was a whole mess. But they finally found the Freedom Square plaque. If you don't know about it, definitely go look into it. It's very impactful and historic to SFU. Also, LOL, UBC stole it many times. Anyways, but I've been part of the Women's Center Coordinator Hiring Committee. We're about to establish our interviews soon. I also have reached out to the, I've also reached out to the Elders Program at the ISC and other constituency groups soon. I'm preparing those emails. But for the first floor of the SFSS, because it holds so many constituency groups who fought to be in those spaces, we wanted to honor it by giving it a name that was actually ancestral to the languages of these lands. So that's why we'll have a really nice conversation with the elders and many constituency group folks who really fought for this to be put in place, and then we'll come up with a really special name to name the floor, and then hopefully a plaque to just explain why these groups are there. Further, I have been working on a out on campus and Women's Center Constitution, because there is not one, and further finishing the member services policy. These are really, really important to groups, just so there's adequate governance within the spaces and that it's student-centered. Furthermore, sorry, I'm taking up so much time, but I'm going to run through the rest. But basically, I met with the equity-seeking constituency coordinators to kind of discuss my bad, 1 second. I was discussing further gaps in their knowledge that they would like to cover, and I've been meeting them with them individually to help them through it, just because a lot of people have been recently onboarded. Further, I have been working on getting the Palestine working group together soon, but I've been outreaching some folks specifically from the working group to finish the Palestine issues policy, and then we'll be taking it to group for final revision, and then it'll come to council. So yeah, it's really exciting stuff. And yeah, shout out Mohammed, who also wanted to be part of the process and flags it to me that we should probably get back to it. I agree. I was waiting until after the election so we can probably do the work adequately. Also, there is been like kind of further discussions with execs regarding mass requirements. So there's just been a consensus to move forward with consultations as needed, since a lot of students wanted that last time. And we also considered that it would be too short of a notice and almost too much labor on counselors to do like a day or two consultation, especially since people voiced that that wasn't realistic last time. So we believe that a student-wide consultation, constituency group consultation would be adequate and would help inform the decision. So that's like a partial reasoning for it. Furthermore, we've been having discussions at the BIPOC committee about a painting night event. So just a really sweet way to just bring folks together, and I'll tell you folks the details on this going forward. So please join us too. Yeah, so Jess actually sent her guests for this meeting, was only here to present a bit about the events, but feel free to further connect with her. I believe that is it. Wow.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Oh, my apologies to jump in right in. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so I believe I've looked at the SFU hosted Zoom things, and I was able to check the meeting setups and stuff, and I was able to make it similar to what we have now. We can do recording, but I can only record a meeting to the locally to the computer. So I'll send that to staff and have them edit that, combine the meetings together, the two videos together, the one that will be hosted on the cloud now, and then the recorded one. Sorry, the locally recorded one. I'm not 100% sure how live transcription will work, because we use a different, I think we use a different tool than they do, but we'll see how that goes. But you will have to log in through SSO, so you have to go to like sfu.zoom.us and click in the SSO options for login and such. Sometimes I know as we had challenges with the AGM, sometimes people's stuff does not connect properly and things don't communicate, so we might have difficulty getting some counselors in the meeting, but I think that's our main option to maintain both some level of security, but and still respect our bylaws. Okay. So I will email out the email. I'll post it in here, the link, but also email it out, and I will and I know people will probably share it with alternates and things like that. And we'll do our best, but it's probably going to take a few minutes, up to 5 or so minutes, to get everyone over. Maybe we'll do our best to, once we get quorum, we can continue. But this will be not a quick process. Okay. Okay. Sorry. First, I'll send out the email just so it's in writing.
Or do you want to stop the recording?
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, meeting's being recorded. We'll move back into, we're on to 8.3, I believe, for reports from committees. Abby, is that correct?
I think 8.2.
Yeah, we did the thing with exec officers, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Did we do exec committee? Just kind of reviewing what exec did. The exec committee did as the last meeting.
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll just do a quick blurb on that, because we had a meeting. We have our meetings alternating with councils. We had ours last week, and for the most part, it was a combination of knowing that there's a PH orders coming out, some potential change coming out. We had our guesses, but there was nothing official. We also had a number of discussions that were related to stuff that was delayed from the previous meeting, because that meeting had gone really long. And it was a lot of stuff was like well after. It was just more things like past announcements, discussions on leave of absence and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping at the moment here.
Sorry, if we don't recognize names, should we like not be letting them in, or how are we going to do this?
Well, if they're able to get in, they should be. They should have at least an SFU ID.
Okay.
Right? But we're going to make the assumption that they are members.
Okay.
But if something happens, then we'll go from there.
Okay, understood.
Okay. Welcome back, Chloe. Sorry, I can't think off the top of my head all the different aspects in exec meeting, but it was nothing too complicated. Oh, I think we passed some money to. No, sorry, that was council. Anyways, you know what? I'll send out an email to everyone just so I have actual clarity when I got 5 minutes to like sort out what happened. We can move on to item 8.3, Committee on Councillors Breaching Confidentiality. I'm the chair of that. We met yesterday for the first time. We had a bit of a delay in being able to meet up. We went over the purpose of the committee, and we elected a vice chair, Ben, our math counselor, and chair of the oversight committee on executive officers. And then we also talked about what we need from staff support for the committee itself. And then we moved into in camera to discuss the incidents that happened and that led to the creation of this committee. And that's all we can currently go into right now in a public setting. And we won't be able to go into detail until after investigation is finished. Okay. That's my report on that committee right now.
Corbett, we're not recording, by the way.
Yes, we are.
Oh.
It's because we're recording locally. For some reason, it didn't make the announcement. I don't know why. Maybe that's just the way it's set up in this particular in Zoom. It doesn't like do verbal notification.
Sorry about that.
No, thanks. Good. Thanks for double checking. I'd like to move into new business. The new item 11.1 would be governance committee appointments. And I'll read the motion. Whereas there are currently 2 vacancies on governance committee, be resolved to appoint X and Y to the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Political science.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Chloe.
Chloe, VP internal. Okay. I know because you submitted this motion, Chloe, would you like to introduce it?
Yes, so basically governance committee is meeting more frequently now for the rest of the semester because there's policies that need to be changed and improved before the end of the semester, so it doesn't get passed on to the next VP internal to deal with. So because of like the amount of work that needs to be done, it's important that we have a full committee who can meet. So yeah, that's my spiel.
Thank you. So how we'll handle this is we'll go to 3 rounds of calls for nominations. There's 2 seats open. If there's more than 2 people nominated, then we'll go to motivations, and then we will go to a vote. We'd have to set up a quick Zoom poll, not a Zoom poll, sorry, a web survey poll to do a vote so that and then we sent out to counselors and alternates, I guess, just to verify that only those people voted into it. And yeah, and we'll post the results. Okay. So I'm going to do first call the first call for nominations. You can either nominate yourself or somebody else, and to do that, list yourself in the chat. Okay, Chloe first, and then Nikki after.
Am I able to nominate 2 people with 1 list, or do I have to nominate 1 at a time?
1 at a time. please.
Okay. First, I'd like to nominate Paige, the environmental science counselor.
Okay, Paige, do you accept the nomination?
Yep.
Thank you. Nikki?
I would like to nominate myself for the governance committee.
Okay, Nikki. And Chloe, you want a new number list or someone else want to list? Abby, go ahead.
I guess I'll nominate myself.
Okay, Abby, thank you. So that's the first round of calls, second round of calls. Olive, go ahead.
I would like to nominate myself.
Okay, Olive, thank you. Second round of calls. Third round of calls. Okay, that's closed. We have 4 people. Give me 1 second. I'm going to start up a flip survey. Or Chloe, actually, go ahead, Chloe, because then I'll direct this stuff while you're doing that. Thank you. I appreciate it. 1 second. I'm going to see if I can turn off that notification sound when someone joins, so it's not being constantly on the recording. Okay, that's good to know that these other people aren't hearing it. I just thought people were. Okay. Okay. So because we have 4 people, we'll need to do motivations. So motivations are where you will go one at a time, and you will explain why you think you would be a good person for the position. And go for them. Try to make no more than 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. We'll start with Paige because you were nominated first.
Yeah, so I'm a new counselor, just taking over while Chloe is in her acting position, but I've been really excited to get involved and get going on things, and I think this would be a really good opportunity for me to get my hours in and actually make some sort of a difference before the end of my term as a counselor. Since it would be working on policies, I do actually have experience in a previous co-op working on policies, so I'm pretty well versed in the topic. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Nikki, you're next.
So hi, everyone. I hope that me talking about this will really show my enthusiasm for the governance committee. This is actually the committee I'll be like the most interested in joining out of just like a personal thing that I just love, and topically I just love like policies and bylaws and stuff like that. So I actually find it pleasure reading for me. So even before I was elected to council and VP University and Academic Affairs, like I actually spent like time pleasure reading the SFSS bylaws and policies, and I actually do think that I'm likely the most educated person out of like, people that are not in the executive committee already on the bylaws and policies. I also have read the BC Societies Act. I've taken law classes. And I actually really know the BC Societies Act in and out. I also have been working already to change SFSS policies in terms of accessibility issues for the executive committee. So right now, actually, the executive committee are not considered to be employees under the BC Societies Act, which prevents them from getting any sort of mandated access needs met, which is a problem. So I've already been working on that, and I'm already educated in terms of how to actually get like policies to change in the SFSS and bylaws. And also I've actually single-handedly amended the Philosophy Student Union Constitution in this past month. It is 18 pages. It is absolutely beautiful. I've written all of it myself from scratch basically, and I've really made sure it was like legally consistent and internally consistent with the SFSS and everything. So I have a lot of experience with that, and it was actually really enjoyable for me. And also right now I'm amending the Cognitive Science Student Society Constitution. So I have a lot of experience with bylaws, policies, constitutions, likely more than anyone else who is being nominated for this position. So if you want to see a lot of work being done, please vote for me, and I'll make sure to do good work. And I also want to continue this work when I start my position on May 1st in the SFSS. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, was Abby or Olive that nominated next?
I think it was.
I think it was me.
Yeah, Abby, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so when it comes to SFSS bylaws, I've gotten into them since 2019, since I joined the events committee in my first year, and I've been part of a DSU for the last 2 years, and then I've also been a part of council now and vice chair. I've had to look, and as incoming exec, I've had to look through the bylaws quite a bit. I also got to snoop in on a couple governance meetings, so I can tell you I'm very interested in the content, and I will put in the time and the effort required to make sure the time is used well and that the appropriate changes are made. I also want to do this now because as an exec, I don't think I would be on governance committee. So let me take this chance while I still can, please. Thank you.
I guess that just leaves me. So I nominated myself because I'm actually pretty interested in the governance committee. I'm really interested in learning more about the SFSS Constitution, bylaws and board policies. And I think it'd be a really great opportunity for me to get my hours in and to meet more people and to build those relationships. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olive. Okay, everyone. Chloe, are you ready to go? Go ahead, Chloe.
Corbett, I added you as a administrator. If you want to, I don't know if you need me to send it to you, the link to you as well, but if you could just double check it, that would be great. Olive, I just wanted to ask,
go ahead.
Are you on any committees right now?
I think I'm supposed to be on the University and Academic Affairs Committee, but I haven't heard anything since was it January, February that we were nominated nominated for those.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that you were already to see if you were sitting on one or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Sorry, I also forgot that we also usually after everyone does motivations, people can then other members council can also add themselves to motivate for different candidates as well. If you would like to do that, please list yourself and we can go. I'll call on you. I'm just double checking the web survey thing. Sorry, give me 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, it's set up so that you should be able to do up to 0 to 2 votes. So you let us know if it doesn't allow you to submit something with no votes. Okay. We haven't set up the link yet, Nikki. Just give me a second. We're just double checking it.
Corbett, should I also do one box so that I forget, are people's names automatically attached to it, or like through submission, or should I put a box for people to put their names?
No, it's not automatically unless you put it in as a request.
Okay, I'm just gonna add that as.
Yeah. No, because we're not going to be posting this in Zoom. We're going to email it out to counselors. So it's not shouldn't be necessary.
We don't need to say what counselor voted for.
I guess technically all of our council votes are tracked, so yes, we have put it. My apologies, I forgot that.
Okay. Am I good to publish and send it out?
Yeah, you're free to email it out to people, to
Okay.
counselors, and any alternates in here. Direct message Chloe, and tell us what alternate you are for which group.
Okay, I just sent it out.
Okay.
Also, sometimes web surveys are slow, so once you click the link, refresh your URL, refresh the URL while it's loading, and that should speed it up. The email? Governance committee vote. As you can see, I put a lot of effort into that email. Judith just sent to the chat. Sometimes web survey says internal error occurred. If that's the case, try the link in incognito mode. Thanks for sharing that. And yeah, any alternates, please message me, and I'll private message, and I'll send you the link through the Zoom chat. Can someone confirm that the link did work and they were able to vote?
Yes, I was able to vote.
Okay, thank you.
Abby, would you be able to take over sharing? I'm going to get in a call.
Sure.
So I might have to step away quickly. So I appreciate it.
Sure.
Chloe. Oh yeah, sorry. Abby already covered it.
Chloe, how are we looking for in terms of votes that are in? If you're able to see that.
Let me check 1 second.
Thank you.
We are at 31. How many counselors, how many folks do we have that are eligible to vote?
Sorry, I'm just trying to count that right now.
Yeah.
Seven, 8. We're only missing a couple. So if anyone is having any trouble voting whatsoever, or you're still currently voting for whatever reason, just please let us know in the chat. Yeah. Everyone's done? Give you guys like 10 seconds, just in case.
I have 32 now.
Last call. Any troubles at all, please put it in the chat. Or if you're still voting. Thank you, Arthur. Okay. I think we're good, Chloe.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna share my screen to show the results. Okay. Oh, host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh.
I made you co-host.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Is that the right? I think this is the right. Can everyone see my screen? So, okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So two highest votes are Paige and Abby. So congratulations. We'll now need to move to amend the motion to include the two names. So I'll move, be it resolved to amend the motion to read, I move to amend the motion to read, be it resolved that council appoint, Paige Ripley and Abhishek Parmar to the governance committee. Do I have a seconder?
Political science.
Political science, a second. Discussion. None. Moving to a vote. All in favor, seeking unanimous consent. If you'd like to abstain or dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I'll call on you to record your vote. Point of order, Nikki.
Question. If I have a question about like the governance committee and not like what this means, would I ask after the vote or before?
After.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we're into a vote. Seeing none, this passes unanimously. Thank you. Nikki, sorry, you had a point of information around the governance committee in general?
Yeah, so am I still allowed to attend meetings and participate? Because I really want to like still like help out, and I have a lot of things I've been working on. So even if I don't get like elected formally, I still want to help. So because that's how much I care about it. So yeah.
Yes, you can. Any member can attend and still volunteer when able to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm expecting a call, so I might have to like step out suddenly. So in that case, I'll ask Abby to swap out for me and take over chairing. My apologies. Now we're moving into our, I believe, our first discussion item. So give me 1 second to double check the agenda. Okay, first discussion item is 12.1 SFS 2000. Sorry, this is when the call just came in. You might want to move into the second discussion item while I'm out. Abby, thanks.
Yes, sorry. I lagged at the perfectly inopportune time there. All right, discussion item 12.1, SFSS 2022-2023 budget discussion, submitted by Corbett. Sorry, did he say he had to take that call right now? Shoot, okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Sorry, yes, Marie?
Maybe we could just go to anything that Corbett didn't submit.
Yes, the next item, so that's perfect. So we're just gonna skip by that for now and come back. So we're gonna go to 12.2. This was sub-storage options submitted by Olive. Little blurb on it is a discussion on different storage spaces and lockers in the sub and current planning on their usage. So Olive, if you want to go ahead and talk about that, you can start us off.
Yes. Thank you, Abby. So I would like to start off by saying, whereas DSUs such as the Linguistics Student Union does not have adequate storage space for merchandise, union banners, or other union-related items, whereas DSU members must store items at home in transit with such items due to the lack of storage space, whereas union members' homes are not a storage facility. Be it resolved that council passes the—
Olive, sorry, this is a discussion item.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, so that's all I have to say.
If anyone wants to comment on that, you can write lists in the chat. Ben, go ahead.
Just to clarify, because I know on an earlier draft of the agenda, there was a motion on this. Are we considering this as a discussion item or as a motion?
I'll respond to that. On the agenda that I have here, it is under discussion items 12.2. So I don't know.
Yeah, Corbett did email me and put it under discussion items.
Okay, awesome. Okay, next on the it's Judith. Go ahead.
As a fellow DSU member who is right now staring at a box of merchandise in her home office, I definitely would support finding a solution for DSUs to find storage place, at least in the sub or in the locker space in the sub, because that's a massive issue, especially when you're doing executive transfers. I am kind of concerned how I'm going to take all these merchandise to campus and hand it over to somebody who lives in a residence himself. So if we can find like a solution where it makes that kind of transfer easier and makes it more accessible for other execs to pick up merchandise, I think that'd be very useful. So I really appreciate linguistics for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Judith. As beautiful as these majestic PSSU shirts are, I'm sure you don't need like 15 of them. I believe next on the list was Nikki, but please hold off for a second. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone. I did. Okay, good. Sorry. This thing wrote up on me. So I have Marie, then Giselle, then Nikki. So Marie, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I honestly agree with those sentiments, and we could probably look into something. I wish Jess was here to possibly give some like updates on those lockers as well. But I completely understand, like even me as an exec, I don't know if I've ever been into my office, but like storage is like everywhere. And totally true. It's also probably very hard and inaccessible for folks to be like hoarding all of that on transit, or like bringing it in a car and walking around with it, especially folks who may be like disabled, which is very unfair for anyone really. So I'm thinking this may be a good thing to like possibly task like VP events and a further conversation on it. But yeah, maybe we could go through the list first. But thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Marie. I believe Giselle is next on the list.
Yeah, thanks Olive for bringing this up. Even though I don't have that issue for my union, I do have it for my club, and we're like storing stuff in one of our execs like rooms on res, which is definitely frustrating. I don't know if you reached out to Jess before submitting this, but I think that'd be a great idea because I think they also released an update about when lockers would be bookable. So I think maybe following up there before putting the motion for maybe like next meeting, I think that would be great to help support your initiative as well. But thanks for bringing this up.
Thanks so much, Giselle. Next on the list, I have Nikki.
Okay, so hello everyone. So I have a piece to just mention regarding this about, I guess, to contextualize the importance of having more transparency and clarity about like storage space in the sub. As a club member and executive of the SFU Jazz Band, we have been encountering some issues with storage. I think that we had the prospect of storage, and it is currently in the sub, but there's also an issue with the location of storage because it's not close to where rehearsals may happen, and that's an accessibility issue for students with disabilities because instruments are hard to carry and lug around. So there might also be like some sort of improvement that can be done there. So I just want to voice that just so it's known and hopefully it can be worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Next on the list, I have Kylie.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you for bringing this forward as well. When I told my union that this was a discussion item, they're all so happy because the French Student Union currently doesn't have a room. We're in the process of figuring that out. So everything, even like our mini fridge, is in somebody's dorm right now, which takes up a lot of space. So when I mentioned this, they were all super excited about potentially having somewhere to store, obviously not the mini fridge, that would not fit in the locker, but somewhere to store the little things. So I very much would be in favor. I agree talking to Jess is probably good, but we would definitely be in favor of anything were to come of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kylie. I'm listed myself. So yeah, I agree with what everyone has said so far. Whatever supports we can give to Jess to get this going would be great because, again, leaving the burden on students to have to hold merchandise, hold all these items is not very accessible. And honestly, if nothing else, just a big pain for pain and discouragement for handling things like merchandise or trying to do giveaways or anything like that. It's just put so much more strain on the exec for no good reason. Next on the speakers list, I have Marie.
Yeah, maybe I could just like move to task this, maybe move to task a discussion between Olive or other folks who want to be part of the discussion with VP Events and Student Affairs Jess, so this can like be further deliberated, and then a possible motion can definitely come up if things are like need to be passed at council.
Okay, are you moving then to form some sort of working group or?
Oh, sorry, not a working group, just like a
okay.
further discussion or meeting to take place, just like external from council, just because I'm sure that because there's been new updates regarding the lockers that like just probably has something in mind to further establish it and like open it up. But I'm also happy to be part of that meeting too for support if folks need.
Okay. So
Yeah.
that you're not officially moving any sort of motion or anything like that. You're just suggesting that this group get together. Okay, awesome. Just wanted to, for clarity's sake. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie. Okay. Sorry, guys, having a bit of trouble opening my chat. Okay, I don't have any other lists, so if anyone else has any comments they want to make, please list in the chat. I'll give you guys like 6 seconds. And do remember, it is we're going to enforce a limit of 2 minutes per speaking thing, and you can only speak twice per item. So if you've already spoke twice, fortunately, we're not going to be able to take any more comments on this item. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Marie, for that clarification. All right, we can move on then to 12.3 sub-mask mandate consultation. I don't know who this was submitted by. The blurb is consult with council on maintaining a mask requirement in the sub. I think that might have been Corbett, but I'm not sure because it doesn't say who submitted it. Marie, do you have any idea on that?
Sorry, what was the title again?
Sub masking mandate consultation. Either Marie or Chloe, if you guys know. I would assume Corbett submitted that, but it doesn't say.
Yeah, so me and Corbett will lead that discussion, and I think it's best if he's present for that.
Okay.
Oh, I think he's coming back actually. He just walked.
Okay, that's good because I think there's only 2 items left, and both of them are Corbett items.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Q&A. I don't think Corbett's going to be like half an. Okay, perfect. Sweet. Awesome. Welcome back, Corbett.
Thank you.
All right, so in that case, we'll go back to discussion item 12.1, SFSS 2022-2023 budget discussion, Department 20 Council, presented by Acting President, Mr. Corbett Gildersleeve. Please take it away.
Thank you for that introduction. Okay, so this relates to a follow-up from our dev session we had on last Wednesday around the council section of the budget, the council department section of the budget, which is Department 20. In that, that recorded session went into detail on not only that area of the budget, but generally the whole budget and how the different structures of the budget is, what our revenue streams are, how much we generally get, how the SFS revenue is structured, how some of our expenses are, somehow are fixed and some are more flexible. And ultimately wanted to give counselors time to go back to their members to talk about, budget type stuff, so we can kind of get some feedback as part of developing for Almas and others to develop the annual budget that will be presented to council later in this term, the preliminary budget. To help with this, I'll do a quick sharing of the screen of, give me a second to, can you still hear me? Okay. Okay, good. I did that correctly. So for the people that attended the STEP session last period, this is the previous fiscal year, or rather this fiscal year, basically this budget for the what's called the general fund, which covers a lot of our our governance. I'm sorry. Give me a second to recenter my thoughts. The general fund covers a lot of our programming, our events, our activities, the HR costs, the operating costs of like the staff costs and the operating costs of the society. And we get a certain amount of money in every year for that, and we use that to project based on like previous like historical revenues and expenses. We use that to form a budget for the next project, how much we think we're going to spend on different items throughout next year. And we put all those, break those all down into very different what's called line items. And this budget is presented to council. A preliminary one is presented to council, the outgoing council, in late spring, and it is then a final one is approved by the incoming council in early summer, because sometimes there's last minute financial changes that occur, and there needs to be, it's a good way to also reintroduce spending and budgets and stuff to the new group that's starting up. This budget is then posted online, and the membership can go through, and it's a detailed budget that has breakdowns per department, with notes and stuff to explain how different things are calculated and such, and fairly useful for our people to understand students to understand where their money is going. It's not super broken down in the sense of like literally how many staplers we buy and how many this or that, but it is a better summary than just says $300,000. Often that's not really, it wasn't really clear, or the context of that wasn't always clear in the past. What's relevant, excuse me, it's directly relevant to this discussion is Department 20, which is council department, and it's basically all the things that relate to the costs that council as a body uses. Sorry, I've been talking a lot today, so my throat's a little out of it. So just a reminder, Department 20 is made up of administrative costs, which is our stipends, executive stipends, non-council. We get charged Canadian Pension Plan and Workers' Compensation Board on those stipends. We also have a line item for childcare in case there is a person or people in future counselors or executives and/or counselors plus the executive officers that if they have a child that they need some support for, they can get that. It's not that much budget right now because most years we don't actually have that often that we have a person with children. We have older line items that used to exist for parking and transportation as part of the kind of board benefits that have been now pulled in to, or been zeroed out and tied in with our increase in our stipends that now that they're tied to a living wage. We have legal and consultant expenses because the council as the administration, sorry, the board of directors for society have to, sometimes they need to call in consultants to give advice on specific things, to have a lawyer come in to give advice on different things or work on different issues. We have some basic office supplies costs. We have some funding we can set aside for conferences, to travel to conferences or attend them virtually. We have some money set aside for developing our council retreat, orientation and development. So orientation development is our dev sessions and paying for facilitators to come in for honorariums and such. As well as paying for a retreat, which is usually like a couple day event. People get together, they do some annual planning, things like that. Council expenditures, that was a holdover from when council was a separate body and had its own budget. Now it's just more of a, could be like, you know, some light food or some other light expensions. Sorry. We also have some money set aside for the annual and special general meeting that the council is required to hold. And we have some set aside some money from our operational surplus last year for what's called COVID response, which was things related to bursary and stuff that we want to set up for support students through COVID. It's been a challenge setting up our own bursary system because SFSS's bursary system is completely blocked out part-time students and other areas. So it's a bit of a challenge to do that on our own. Excuse me. Additionally, in the budget, again, this is last year, so this is not this year. We can make adjustments to these numbers. This is kind of what this discussion item is for. We have various committees. Some have budgets, some don't, because some doesn't necessarily make sense necessarily to have budgets, or they are in charge of, say, a different source of funding. But our most common ones are events committee, which runs events, both regular, like small and large scale events. They have two separate line items that they are covered under, or that they have access to. We have an equity sustainability committee fund budget that ties in with supporting campaigns, student campaigns. We have a budget for the external and community affairs committee, which is our external like government and community affairs lobbying group. So being able to pay for external campaigns around, let's say, tuition or MSP or other areas that is important to students that are outside of the university. We have similar funding for Surrey Campus Committee to run events and have activism or advocacy initiatives through Surrey. Same thing with Vancouver. And then we also have one for University and Academic Affairs that ties with advocacy efforts internally to the SFS. Within the university itself. So pushing SFU to make improvements in grading or in other areas. And so collectively, it's a big number, but remember about half of that is that $400,000 COVID response. Normal cost of the society for the exec side of things, for the Cal side of things is around about $400,000 now. 400, maybe 500,000 max right now. And that's a big number to say, but a lot of little things adds up. 216,000 for council stipends because everyone gets around 175, about $350. No, sorry. Yeah, about $350 a month gross. For around 50 students, it adds up really quick. The stipend execs, because we cover around 30 plus hours a week. Stipends are higher for them, and again, there's 7 of them, so that adds up really quick. When you look through the budget, a good chunk of each budget department's costs are labor costs, our staff costs, and those are fairly fixed amounts. Whereas things like programming and stuff is more where flexibility comes in. How much money do you want to spend on certain events, or how much would you want to spend on certain activities and such. So that's just a quick run through overview. I did email out the recording, the dev session recording. So I hope everyone had an opportunity to look at that or reach out to their own members to bring back some interesting discussion here today. And I can lead that discussion a bit with things like, let's talk with committees first. I think that's the easiest one to look into, because that's one way of, in some ways, most flexibility. Is there, do you believe that some committees that don't have budgets should have budgets? Do you think we should have like members of service advisory, first year engagements, things like that? Did anyone get a chance to talk to their members about budgets, about the SFS budget? Go ahead, Marie.
Sorry, Corbett, I'm still chair. Go ahead, Marie.
Oh, my apologies. I forgot.
Damn. Anyways, yeah, so we actually brought this to the BIPOC committee today too, to have a further discussion on possible budget or a line item that may be created under our committee. So we kind of just wanted to talk further about that with Almas and stuff, but I just wanted to report here as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Marie. If anyone else wants to comment on that, Corbett, you can also feel free to direct respond if anyone has anything for clarification. Please hit lists in the chat, or hit list in the chat. Please type list in the chat. Oh, Abby. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, I've actually quite enjoyed looking over this budget, and I found the last dev session quite helpful and quite frankly quite enjoyable. But when it comes to each committee itself, I think it's okay that we don't have money in there right now, and I think sorry, just saw a direct message and it threw me off. I think that's okay, and as needed, we can move money into those committee slots as they come up with ideas and projects and all that. We can always move money around as long as we have it in like a kind of flexible overhead area. Although I do like the idea as well of having things separated out so that we can see the budget for each thing. So it's kind of, I could see it going both ways. Sorry, I basically just said nothing. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Just to answer Linda's question in chat, that I've linked the budget on the website. It's under the financial information section. Yeah, and also as a, thank you, Abby. Also as a additional layer from the budget development process, Almas will be bringing with you back like a budget saying, here's what we recommend, and here's the changes from the previous year and the reasons behind that changes. And I'll be working with her on that to support, because I was VP Finance last year. And I am like, I enjoyed doing this type of stuff. I'm happy to hear that he enjoyed the session last year, because I understand last week, because I understand finances and lots of spreadsheets and all. It's not always the most exciting thing for everyone, but it's also very important for you as counselors on those going out, and hopefully people coming in as well, or people staying over, serving again starting in May, to have a general understanding of the budgets and be able to explain the basics to your members and know where to look for, who to contact to get more information. Because this is student money, and it's important for them to understand where the money is going.
Okay. Thank you, Corbett. Anyone else want to list or comment on this at all? Or have any questions for Corbett? Or any requests of me? Oh, Almas, please go ahead.
There's just one thing that I want to mention regarding the fact why we do not have money in all the committees. There's some committees who do not need to use any funds all over the year. So I think Corbett's reasoning was also the same, that we did not want money to be just sitting in there and not used, and instead have it sitting in a different place, and we could pull it out as and when needed, and only the amounts that were needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Almas. All right, anyone else who wanted to comment, please type list in the chat or raise your hand. I'll give you guys like 10 seconds. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you everyone. We are going to move on to 12.3 sub-masking maps. Oh, goodness gracious. Sub-masking mandate consultation. The blurb reads, consult with council on maintenance of masking requirements in the sub. I think, Corbett, do you want to take this away?
Yes, sorry, one second.
Okay, and in the meantime, I'll remind people of the rules. So for this discussion, after Corbett has this kind of opening blurb, everyone gets 2 lists, and that's all for this discussion item. Those lists can go a maximum of 2 minutes each. After that, you will not be allowed to speak to the item. I will also be quite strict with direct responses. It must be a clarifying question. I don't want to hear a response or a tangent, and the cutoff times will be hard, just for the sake of trying to keep council at a decent timing. Thank you. Go ahead, Corbett.
Yeah, thank you. Just because we're at 8 o'clock already, so 8:30 would be the 4-hour mark, and we still want to do a 38-minute QA, potential 30-minute QA. So, okay. Okay, so thank you, everyone. I thought it was, as chair, I thought it was important to bring this item to council for the consultation. As many of you know, the public health order guidelines changed late last week, and we made an announcement, but we also realized we needed more consultation with members in both in multiple layers. Generally, the general body, the general students, constituency groups in the sub itself, our staff, council, and such. And then we were going to use all that information in a special meeting tomorrow in executive committee at 7 p.m., which people are welcome to attend and make a decision on that on going forward. Sorry if that's a little all over it in a minute. So my brain is still kind of sorting itself out because of today. Yeah, this is a discussion and consultation. It's not a motion. So, yeah, that was kind of the start. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So this is, I also want to throw this in there. At the moment, the way the rules are, counselors do have speaking priority over students. So I know, Adele, you did list, but at the moment, Ben would technically have priority and be able to speak first. So Ben, you can go ahead. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. I missed Kylie. Hold on, let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Yes, Kylie, then Ben, then we have Adele, then Vivian. So Kylie, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for wording strong. It's been a hot minute since I said this, but I would like to move to suspend the rules to give equal speaking rights, because I know we do have a number of students who are here and want to talk about this. So I would like to move to suspend the rules for equal speaking privilege. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kylie. Can I get a seconder for that, please?
Joselle.
Joselle from Health Science. Thank you. Point of order from Ben.
We need to suspend the policy on this. We don't need to suspend the rules.
Corporate, please.
Yeah, just for clarity, this is something I realized when I was reviewing the policies on meetings. This requirement of counselors having priority speaking over members is a policy in our council meetings. And so for us to do that, we have to suspend the policy specifically, not a Robert's Rules rule.
Okay.
So we can do that, but it's 2/3 majority. So.
Okay. Kylie, do you want to retract your motion then?
Yeah, I retract my motion.
Okay, thank you. And then what's the policy number, Corbett? Sorry, do you have it offhand?
7.13.
Okay, I'll move to suspend policy 7.13 for the purpose of this discussion item. Is that good, Corbett?
He gave you thumbs up.
Oh, okay, cool. Can I get a seconder for that, please?
Philosophy.
Kylie.
Philosophy on that one.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this? Nope. Okay. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please use the raise hand feature and I will call on you for your vote. Arthur, are you abstaining or voting against? Okay. Pardon?
Hi. So I'm trying. I'm actually not voting again. I thought you said it's all in favor or something like that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So that passes unanimously. So we have suspended that policy. So students and counselors will have equal speaking rights. So I'm going to have to take a second here and rearrange the list. Marie, I'm not sure how to do that, to be honest with you. Corbett, go ahead.
Sorry, this is something that I missed when I was giving my introduction, but I wanted to ask Marie to also speak to the motion because she's been involved also in this process, and I just, again, my brain's
Gotcha, that works perfect. Okay, Marie, if you want to go, and then I can fix the speakers list going forward. Thanks.
Yeah, sounds good. I just wanted everyone to kind of have context and background on this, just so you don't have to waste your list. But ultimately, so obviously last week the PHO guidelines, which are like the new guidelines, came into play. There's been like a lot of changes, and it's been like really sudden for a lot of people. So the executives kind of met urgently to kind of discuss our next steps. And we heard from students and like know that there wanted to be like further consultation on these matters that arise when it comes to student union building. So in like considering that as well, like we wanted to put out not only just a student-wide consultation, we wanted to ensure that there was a constituency group consultation and then a staff consultation as well. Today is the last day for student-wide consultation. It ends at 11:59. I believe there is almost 3,000 submissions so far. And then our constituency groups will also be inputting their input by 11:59 p.m. today as well. So we should have everything for tomorrow. Just a heads up, because I completely understand. I know we've sent an email to council as well, kind of just like encouraging folks to come to the meeting too. So if you want to give input, feel free to send it to us through email. We also kind of encourage counselors to give further consultations on their group if they found it applicable. You could send that as well. And what we're going to be doing, so we ensure that like people know about it, I've already created a post that our comms will be putting out like on social media, and I believe SFSS News, encompassing not just the location that it'll be taking place, but the time as well and how it'll work. Furthermore, I just want to let people know as well, tomorrow a comprehensive report will not be put out. So the reason I say that is because it takes a very long time for you to get a comprehensive report out. However, there is going to be a bit of a shorter version that will be provided to the executive that I'm sure we could probably share. But we will be presenting on the results too. So results will be final. However, it's going to take some time to like go through almost like 3,000 submissions of like actual text, like people writing and suggesting things to us and letting us know their actual experience too. So at a later date, I believe we'll actually bring this report to council, and we can have further conversations on how to apply a lot of the suggestions that actually came up, and how to further like navigate the whole thing too. But kind of just wanted to give that, put that into place. For people to kind of understand what we're looking at or which restriction we're specifically looking at when it comes to PHO, please just click the link in the bio. What you'll see is when you go to masks, there's the section that says that individual businesses and event organizers can actually choose to continuing requiring masks on their premises or not. but they add that it's important that we, of course, respect the choices of people, businesses, and one another. That's what it's written over there. So basically, if you've taken the restriction at face value and haven't read it, you might be like, well, why is there a consultation happening? But we found it essential to not just make the decision, but to also consult and also look into further results when it comes to immunocompromised students and other marginalized groups too. Why it's really important to always take in like demographics questions as well for further deliberation on that too. But yeah, all those questions in terms of demographics have been optional, and people can prefer to not fill them in if they choose. That's completely okay. They're not forced to do it. And yeah, that's basically it. But if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Whether it be like about specifics about this process or like what's next or like whatever like that, yeah, just feel free to reach out. Yeah, I'll put my email on the chat too.
Awesome, thank you, Marie. Did you want to keep your list in the thing as well? You had a list in the order.
No, I think it's fine. I might list later if relevant.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a revised list now, thanks to the new motion. So Adele, go ahead. Or Adel, sorry, I don't know how I say your name, pardon.
You can just call me Al.
Al,
So
awesome.
I want to speak to the point regarding equity. This issue is not an issue based on race or anything like that. It comes down to individual risk tolerances. So for example, you know, like Marie might be one person of color who says go for the masks. I'm definitely a person of color that says don't go for the masks on a wide, broad range approach. I believe that every person should have a choice. And what it comes down to is that it's been 2 years. A lot of these students have started university and they haven't had the ability to just be with their friends, for example, in the library or whatever. I know this is for the student union building, but you know, socializing with their friends and just being comfortable, right? And anybody that feels that they want to wear a mask, I feel that what the student union building should do is do targeted approaching. So we know that the cloth masks don't protect you, it protects others, but the N95s do protect you 110%. So I think that if the student union building wants to do something for the students, they should be providing hand sanitizer, they should be providing N95s, and also another thing as well, specific groups holding events should be the ones deciding if they want to do the mask mandate or not. So like, for example, if you've got, you know, the conservatives on campus, right, they probably might not want to do that. But if you have the neurodivergent or the immunocompromised society, whatever, doing like an event, they'll probably want to do the mask mandate. So, you know, up to the students. I know that I've seen staff in the student union not wearing masks. I see tons of brown people wearing and not wearing masks. I see Asian people wearing and not wearing masks. I see white people wearing and not wearing masks. So this isn't an equity issue. This is an issue on free choice, basically.
Thank you, Adele. Sorry, Al, pardon me. Next is Vivian, go ahead.
Hello, so I am an acting executive member of the SFU Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance. My name is Vivian. I'm here to speak in favor of prioritizing immunocompromised and otherwise disabled people during this precipitous time in the pandemic. Thus, I am in favor of SFSS and SFU in taking UBC's and KPU's lead in requiring masks until the end of the semester and only lifting the restriction when there has been enough time to allow people to adjust and prepare for the next semester. I also call on the SFSS to prioritize and act on the disaggregated data from the survey and feedback from the constituency groups representing marginalized students disproportionately impacted by COVID. Right now, disabled people at higher risk of complications and death from COVID have no choice and no quote-unquote freedom. We are being segregated and isolated by these policies that make unmasked, less than adequately ventilated, and therefore unsafe crowded conditions on campus, particularly with the rise of the even more contagious BA.2 variant and impending next wave. It is ableist and discriminatory to tell us to simply stay at home or choose for ourselves or put on a mask ourselves, when masking by and large is a collective protection measure that requires everyone to mask in shared spaces. Again, masking is mainly for protecting others. We need everyone on board, and we need to make masking accessible. I agree with giving out N95s, for example. Immunocompromised and disabled people have largely and consistently spoken up about how the most vulnerable during the pandemic have been constantly silenced, sidelined, and left to die. I have personally had to mourn disabled community members who died or witnessed them be left with lifelong debilitating conditions. And disabled people are not alone in getting long COVID. 3 in 10 of these COVID positive folks have, even with mild symptoms, get long COVID. And we're getting a lot of newly disabled people, including SFU community members, through this mass disabling event. The SFSS has a responsibility to ensure that the subspace and overall campus is safer for immunocompromised and disabled students and community members. This is totally in line with its own disability justice issues policy. Beyond masking, I call on the SFSS to implement a vaccine plus strategy, as over 100 public health experts and scientists have called for in their open letter. Vaccines plus is vaccines, public health measures, and financial support. BC unfortunately has failed us in not implementing a vaccine plus strategy, despite the science, evidence, and advice from those that directly study and research COVID. And
I'm sorry, Vivian, I do have to cut you off there. It is a 2-minute speaking limit. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Feel free to relist in the chat. Next on the list, I have Ben.
Yeah, so the MSU did do a survey on mass, and I am going to speak to that during my second list, but I wanted to initially talk about sort of my views on consultation on part of the executive committee. I do agree, and I'm very happy to see this consultation being done, as I know that there were concerns raised about this both to myself and I'm sure to other members of council on how well consulted the decision was to close the sub. My concern is that, and I've expressed this to Corbett, but I'll express it here as well, is that this is being done at a special meeting of the executive committee. When looking at the amount of notice that was given to council of this decision happening, I'm concerned that this isn't being handled via a special meeting of council and by a special meeting of the executive committee. As my view would be, if we want to consider as many students' views as possible, it would seem to me that having the group of 50 odd councillors, I think, vote on that rather than the group of 7 executives would be more conducive to that. And I do have a question as well. Can council see any preliminary results from the survey at this time?
Thank you, Ben. If someone can answer that, we'll take a direct response to that, or otherwise we would go to Daniel next. Does anyone have a direct response to that? Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, I could just kind of add into why the decision was made to, in order to have the executive committee pull on a special meeting for this. So I know I sent an email on the basis of this, but I'm sure that other people are wondering as well, and very valid. Basically, when we were having this conversation on this, we completely understood that it would be really unfair to task this to counselors, especially since last time they voiced that it was too short of a notice and they weren't able to actually get proper consultation on this matter. Also, in terms of the sub-closure, the sub-closure was a really pressing issue since it had a lot of connotations to come with it, whether that be if services were going to be affected, how staff would operate, how the constituency groups would also operate, how the constituency groups would ensure that services were provided adequately online, and also how many other groups basically would have to compromise with this, especially since it also affected students. And we believe that the first people in order to represent these students were counselors, of course. Now, when it comes to this decision, as it's a less pressing issue, it doesn't directly affect services like the ways in which the other decision was made. Furthermore, the reason I say it's a less pressing issue is because these things have already been established at the SFSS and SFU not even a week ago, right? So when we're talking about this, we just want to kind of understand how students are feeling and ensure that we're centering immunocompromised students who are most affected and, like Vivian said, do not have a choice in this matter, like other more able-bodied folks. And that also, if we had this on a Wednesday, as well, it would have been very hard to actually get consultation responses for that time. Also, lastly, the executive committee are basically obligated to make these decisions, these operational decisions. And many times, like, counselors are not necessarily included in these processes because they are less pressing or not as basically daunting, if I could say that. But yeah, that's basically kind of the reasoning and why this was called for the executive committee in a special meeting, for those specific reasons. So giving students not only more time to consult, ensuring that we kind of continue forward with considering all three things: staff consultation, constituency group consultation, and then student-wide consultations, and just promptly move forward as executives take on the full operations of the SFSS on a full-time occurrence. However, that doesn't stop you from actually giving your input as counselors as well. We will fully take it into account as well. And if you do want to provide anything when it comes to your student groups, thanks Ben for doing the consultation too. Yeah, we're just happy to listen to it, but that's about it.
Thank you, Marie. Sorry guys, I lagged out it there. I'm back now. I think Ben asked a question in chat, but I think you can handle that in chat, Marie? Awesome, thank you. Okay, next on the list we have Mr. Daniel W. Go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to start off by mentioning the fact that I am neurodivergent, but I don't claim to represent the neurodivergent community. And I'd like to say that this club doesn't necessarily stand up for everybody like the group that they claim to be. So at the end of the day, I'm trying to say that we all have a free choice and we're not defined by the labels that we have. I'd like to touch on a couple points. Let's first remember that our vaccination rate is near 100% at SFU. We also have an incredibly young population on average, right? So as far as the population goes, on average, we are the safest group that you can have, right? So we're young, healthy university students, generally speaking. So in that case, given that the Provincial Health Organization has already deemed that it is not irresponsible to lift the entire mask mandate for the general population, we are significantly better off as a whole than the general population. So as far as opening up or removing restrictions or deeming them unnecessary to be enforced completely, we're as a population, SFU is multiple steps ahead compared to the general population, right? So if we say that we trust the Provincial Health Organization, then they're saying that generally the general population is okay to go without masks if they so desire, right? And if we're going to say, no, we don't trust them, and we're going to say their decision was rash and too early, then why did we even follow any of their rules in the first place? So at the end of the day, if we trust the Provincial Health Organization's judgment, we can be incredibly confident, even more so than they are, that we can handle the removal of the mask mandate. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. All right, next on the speakers list, we have Paige. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I guess I'm technically not immunocompromised anymore, but I do have a chronic illness. I live with someone who has a chronic illness. A lot of my family members are immunocompromised. So coming from this place of like, yes, we're all vaccinated, but we know that masks, when
most or all people are wearing them are extremely effective at preventing transmission of cases, especially in indoor settings like on campus. I do think that it's way too fast to remove the mask guidelines. I think a lot of us, like I was surprised to hear that when I heard the news that they were removing the mandate, it was going to be the next day. That was very surprising to me. And we've seen in the past that when the guidelines have removed mask mandates, as cases go down, we see cases go right back up. This is something that we've seen at least 1 or 2 times in the past where the province has removed mandates and guidelines and restrictions, and numbers just go right back up. So I feel like we need to at least give it a couple more months of cases staying low before we think about removing mask mandates and other restrictions. I also think that just because this is happening right in the middle of the semester, immunocompromised students like me who have only made the decision to come to campus on person because of the mask mandate, if we remove that now, that kind of leaves people in similar situations to me, you know, high and dry of like, how am I supposed to continue going to classes and writing exams and stuff when I don't feel safe without a mask mandate on campus. So I'm totally supportive of at least keeping it until the end of the semester. I think that it should be reevaluated for future semesters. I understand that everybody has a choice, but I think it's a very, very small thing to do just to keep community members safe who are more vulnerable to COVID. It's wearing a mask if we're not asking you to do calculus. It's a very simple act of kindness, I think, that you can take to help protect community members who don't have that protection themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paige. Next on the speakers list, I have Serena.
Thank you, Abby. I'll speak a bit quick, so if folks want me to clarify anything, please let me know. I just want to echo Paige's point in terms of that the province gave us, I think, around 12 to 15 hours notice, which essentially left immunocompromised and disabled folks high and dry, like Paige said, weren't even able to have the time to stock on the essential items they needed without potentially being put at risk because of others' choices to not wear masks. I also want to remind people that public health only works if the public is on board, meaning that there's a collectivism that occurs. So in terms of our universal health care, that only works if everyone pitches in terms of their taxes. I pay more for folks who are older because they're in hospital more, right? That's with the understanding that I too am going to become old one day and people will pay for me and they'll take care of me. It's the same with the mask mandate. I wear a mask to protect others. I have the understanding that I could become more disabled one day, and that there's also a ton of people who have become disabled in the last 2 years, and that we need to protect folks from not becoming sick. And that only works if everyone is on board. If people have the quote unquote choice to not wear a mask, then it doesn't really help, because if you're the only person wearing a mask in a room, within a certain amount of time, you'll still catch COVID if someone is positive. I also want to note that in terms of disabled folks, the people who are more often disabled than not are Black and Indigenous folks. And then it goes POC, and then it goes to white people. So this is in fact an equity issue. It's really important to recognize that, because we do have a really diverse population at SFU. A lot of folks who are in precarious situations where, say, they're working part-time, and then they're going to school, and then they're taking care of their family. They might be living in a multi-generational home. It's a lot of risk to take on, especially as young folks who are folks who got the majority of the cases during the waves.
I do have to cut you off, sorry. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
All right, next on the list, I have Arthur.
There's a point of order.
Oh, sorry, point of order. Go ahead, Giselle.
Yeah, I need to extend the meeting.
Okay, I'll move to extend the meeting. I know we want to have a half an hour Q&A as well. So if it's permittable, I'd like to extend the meeting 1 hour to 9:30 p.m. Yeah, can I get a seconder for that, please?
Math.
Math seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to extend? We kind of have to if we want to keep talking about this and we want our Q&A. Nope. Okay. All those in favor seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and I will call on you to record your vote. Okay, that passes. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'll go back to the speakers list, and thank you for raising the point of order. Arthur, go ahead. Arthur, are you here?
Hi, sorry. So I wanted to know about basically that for people who are immunocompromised and stuff, but I'm speaking as a person with a hearing disability myself. So from that, I just think that even though I understand that wearing a mask is protecting other people from COVID and potentially getting COVID and other things, but we have to consider that even though they are able people that are protecting other people by wearing masks, but there's also concern over that masks are sometimes being considered alien, considering that whereas for someone like me who are needed to engage in conversation, engage in student activities, it's more. Sorry, my dog is yelling at me. It's more alien to consider that when I can't read the lip, it's harder for me to participate in student activities. And I just think that we have to consider that as part of the alien point of view about how support affects the people with hearing disability and how they will be able to participate. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Next on the speakers list, I have Adele. Or Al, sorry, I did it again. But Al, just keep in mind, you will have 2 minutes, and then at that point, you'll have used both your speaking counts. You will not be allowed to speak to this item again for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, hello. No, that's fine. I've just got a couple quick points to make. Other than that, I've had a blast listening to all the other different perspectives. Actually, Arthur's points that he made was actually one of the things that I wrote and written down, because one thing that I find is that when we're using the neurodivergent slash basically disabled community as a broad term, it's a misrepresentation in my opinion, because there's people with, as I said, like Arthur, who has a hearing problem, who needs to be able to see people's lips to be able to understand. I have a friend just like that. That's why I wrote it down earlier. Next to that, as well as that, people with sensory issues, right? ADHD is really common and we're diagnosing a lot more of it. I'm not going to say am I or not. I'm just going to say that I know of people. And when it comes to the sensory issues with the face, that is one point that there's actually people on campus that have mask exemptions because of sensory issues. And one thing that those people have been saying is that when there's a mask mandate, they kind of feel singled out. And it's not like, you know, people don't bother them. People can't tell anti-maskers from people who have legit medical exemptions. And for those people, it's like hell walking around campus all the time. And like being told, oh, wear a mask, like, hey, I've got, and people like question you about all that type of stuff, like what's your medical condition and all this and that. So it's definitely like, if we want to say, it's hard to get lump up the whole group of immunocompromised, neurodivergent, deaf, ADHD, and all that type of stuff. Next to that as well, there's some misinformation that was in the meeting. Someone was saying that, you know, vaccines, either the uptake wasn't high or whatever. The public health has now found that vaccine don't stop transmission anymore. So I linked the letter there that was sent to UBC. Cloth masks aren't going to protect anyone. The best thing is N95s, and we just can't give everyone N95s on campus because of budgetary concerns. So it's for that reason we should be doing a target approach for immunocompromised people to have these N95s to protect themselves. That's basically all I got. Best of luck, everybody.
Thank you, Al. All right, next on the list is Vivian. Same thing as Al. You'll have 2 minutes, and I'm going to cut you off, and then you will unfortunately not be able to speak to this motion any further. Go ahead.
Hi, I would like to clarify that I am speaking as someone who is multiple high-risk groups for COVID itself. So disabled neurodivergent people who are not at higher risk for COVID should not be speaking for those that are at higher risk. It is also all our collective responsibility to protect the most vulnerable in our community. Also, there are ways to make masking accessible, and they should be definitely considered. Clear masks are being given out by the SFSS. Medical exemptions should exist, do exist, and should be honored. I call again on the SFSS to follow the guidance of leading COVID researchers and implement a vaccine plus strategy. BC unfortunately has failed us in not implementing a vaccine plus strategy, despite the science, evidence, and advice from those that directly study and research COVID. Instead, it is only vaccine reliant, and there isn't adequate uptake of boosters and no fourth booster in sight either. The point of vaccines not being the only protection measure is absolutely adequate. That's why we need more. We need more than just vaccines here. The BCPHO has been criticized by international COVID experts. Our province's policies are actually seen in a negative light by those that study the virus directly. Dr. Bonnie Henry has also been on record admitting that the lifting of mask mandates has been politically motivated to appease anti-mandate protesters. Politically motivated is not safe or following the evidence. I would like to correct further misinformation. SFU's vaccination rate data that was quoted earlier does not include boosters, which the science has told us is needed for Omicron variants that have immune escape. It is up to independent organizations like the SFSS to do the right thing and fill in the gaps left by our province. So some ways that the SFSS can implement a vaccine plus strategy include masking, mandates with provision of clear masks, with the provision of medical exemptions, with clear signage, allowing people to not be harassed regardless of whether they have a medical exemption or not. Distancing
Sorry,
measures.
Vivian, I have to cut you off again. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. All right, same situation as the previous two. Daniel, this is going to be a 2-minute speaking time, and then you are done for this motion. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
For sure. Okay. So I would like to clarify that also, if I take it correctly, that this is asking if the sub should be subject to a independent mask mandate, right? So I think the sub is also a bit different than the setting of, say, a lecture hall, because I mean we didn't even have it for so many years. It's clearly just a recreational space slash perhaps place to study. I'm not saying that it's at the end of the day it's somewhat optional as far as the student experience goes, unlike say an exam room. So given that this is an optional recreation area, we should also take that into account, that perhaps it's not completely crucial that everybody have or be completely comfortable to access this facility compared to, say, a lecture hall where it would be more important. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Ben, before you go, can you correct me? Have you already spoken on this topic once?
I have spoken on this topic once.
Thank you. Okay, so same rules as before, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yep. So I'm going to talk about briefly sort of the survey the MSU conducted over the last 3 or so days. We ended up getting 209 people who responded to that survey. We asked basically 3 big questions. Should the SFSS mandate masks in the sub? Should SFU in some form or another mandate masks on campus? And will people who responded continue to wear a mask even in light of whatever is going to happen? So in terms of the question on whether the SFSS should mandate masks in the sub, 31.1% of respondents believe that the SFSS should, 68.9% believe that we shouldn't, On the question of SFU mandating masks, 35.1% believe that SFU should, 64.9% believe that SFU shouldn't. And in terms of percentage of people who say that they will continue to wear a mask, 67.31% say that they will continue to wear a mask, and 32.69% say that they won't continue to wear a mask. This survey was done of MSU members, just to clarify. And the big concern that I saw of people, or one of the concerns as to why SFSS shouldn't mandate masks unilaterally, is doing so inconsistently with the rest of campus.
Thank you, Ben. Next on the list, I have Giselle.
Yeah. First, I just want to say thank you to all the students who came to our council meeting to talk about this. Your presence is much appreciated, and thank you for also sharing your thoughts. I'm speaking from my personal experience, not like one of my union. In terms of like the free choice thing, like I understand why folks feel that way and think that's really important, but it's important to note that with free choice, you're still affecting others. You could be unknowingly transmitting the virus to someone, even if they might be wearing a mask. And so I think that nuance is really important to consider whenever you're providing that argument. Your choice does affect others. In terms of like BC public health, like I think in the past, there has been a lot more data provided to support their approaches with public health, like the importance of masks especially, and that has proven to be important ever since the beginning of the pandemic. But things like the underreporting of testing, since there weren't a lot of PCR tests available, rapid test doesn't require you to report if you have a positive result. The numbers that we're getting aren't accurate. And so at least personally, I feel like the public health, especially as a health scientist student as well, hasn't been quite making decisions based on very important data. Also, that can be seen in the UK. I know this is a lot more distant, but with the removal of all mandates, there has been an uptick of cases, and there's only a matter of time before we see a rise of cases here. So I think that's something important to consider. Personally, I am in support of a full mask mandate for the sub, but I think it can also be understandable if maybe considering certain study floors to be designated as masked areas, whereas other study floors are designated as optional to represent the students that said yes and who said no, because the students that said yes, that they want to have masks in the sub, deserve to feel safe as well, because SFU doesn't have that. So I think that should be something to consider. But personally, I am in support of a full mask mandate for the sub.
Thank you, Giselle. Rasco, you are next.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Hello, executive team, council, SFSS staff, and students. I'm an acting executive of SFU DNA Disability and Neurodiversity Alliance, and I'm here to advocate on behalf of my group's constituents who are immunocompromised or live with those who are immunocompromised, as it is my moral duty in this position, even though I'm not immunocompromised myself. I'm concerned with the direction the governing bodies are moving to treat the coronavirus pandemic. It is a sad reality that the coronavirus is still spreading, and dropping mask mandates will not erase the coronavirus. In fact, it would be the opposite. Masks are there to protect people by stopping transmission. No one should have to risk their safety in order to attend university and participate in campus events. That's why I stand in solidarity with those most at risk of the coronavirus and am calling for an immediate reinstatement for the mask mandate, at least in the student union building, for the remainder of the current semester, which the SFSS has a direct control over and can legislate safety protocols without requiring the involvement of the university. I also call for a comprehensive member outreach campaign that will highlight the benefits of masking and advertise the fact that the N95 masks and their equivalent are available from the SFSS at the front go desk. Masks are some of the least quote-unquote invasive measures that we can take to protect others. This is not another subclosure. It is literally a piece of cloth that dramatically reduces the risk of the coronavirus transmission. The student union building is not just another optional recreational area. as it houses essential services such as the Women's Center and out of campus. That is it. I'm done. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Rasko. Right on 2 minutes. Next on the list, we have Paul, who I missed, so I apologize for that. Please go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, no problem, Abby. Yeah, I just really want to quickly touch on how this affects student athletes who belong to pretty much all of you guys' dedicated student unions. So at my last meeting with the SAC, I got a chance to talk to most athletes representing most sports. And one thing that they really shared in common was the fact that for the past, 6 months, so basically since the fall, student athletes have been traveling across the border to the United States, and where they are not subjected to mask mandates since the United States lifted mandates with basically no repercussions. This has also negatively affected them in a sense that they go from being able to enjoy their time being free, not having to wear a mask in areas and in group spaces, which is good for psychological and mental health. And then they come back to SFU and they are immediately, and back to BC and immediately have to re-wear a mask. We all agreed with that. We all went through with that. But now that mask mandates have been lifted, who are we to tell people at PHO that they're wrong, they're not doing their jobs? And on top of that, how would we if someone just came up to us and told us the same thing? So what I believe is that at this point, PHO has looked at the data enough and made a reasonable, informed decision that removing a mask mandate is good for the population. Whether or not it also impacts them politically, that should be set aside, because at the end of the day, they are elected officials who have a legal, moral, and ethical duty to protect and watch out for the citizens of BC, right? So on top of that, I do believe that currently we should remain with the standard that we have, which is to have an optional mask mandate across campus. So that means people can wear masks if they want to, people can wear masks if they don't want to. That way it accommodates everyone across whatever you are, whatever you feel like you need. And I don't know if anyone's been on campus recently. However, most people are still wearing masks. When talking to my dedicated student union and asking them what's going on, most of them are still wearing masks just out of respect to begin with. But mandating something that shouldn't be mandated, especially when the province isn't calling for one, when the federal government isn't calling for one, and when most countries across the globe isn't calling for one, I feel like that's where we should draw the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry, I just lost my speakers. Let's give me 1 second. Next on the list, I have Kashish. Okay, she's just re-entering the meeting. I think her screen is frozen. Give her a second here. I'm just gonna double check because I have fallen behind. So if anyone has listed, pardon me, I might have missed it. Kashish, if you can hear me, you can go ahead.
Sorry, just give me a sec. My Zoom is just being a little weird, so that's why I had to rejoin. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. So in regards to this discussion item, I just want to reiterate what Vivian said before, that you may experience mild symptoms from COVID, so you may think that masks aren't that big of a deal. But that doesn't mean that you won't experience long COVID. And with personal experience, I can say that long COVID is debilitating, and that has nothing to do with age at all. I guess I also understand the personal choice opinion, but if not wearing mask is that important to folks, you have the choice to go to open areas where you aren't putting immunocompromised folks at risk. So I highly urge people to still wear masks, but also to not target people for their choices. I hope that all of us here care and respect each other enough to do the right thing by people who are at most risk here. That's all.
Thank you, Kashish. Next on the list, I have Judith. So you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi all. Sorry, I had to scramble and crunch the numbers real fast because I was just working on this really while this meeting was going. So we also did a survey and we limited it to only undergrads, SFU undergrads. And I think one thing I want to speak to, because it's similar to what Ben found, was in regards to people who are going to continue wearing a mask regardless. So based on one of the authenticated surveys, it did say that 48.6% of the students surveyed, which is over 700 by the way at this point, will be continuing to wear masks for both themselves and other people's safety. Another 5.7% said we'll continue wearing a mask just for their safety. And another 4.49% said they were continuing a mask for other people's safety. So at that point, that's over 50% of students who are continuing a mask regardless of what happens for the collective safety of the student body. Similar numbers you can find on the other survey where another 56.83% of students said they were continuing a mask regardless of what happens. So I think that's something valuable to keep in mind. If we go around telling students that you must wear a mask just by psychological reaction, they might not want to. But if we can go as a collective society, as a SFSS, telling people, hey, do this for your fellow students, do this to fellow immunocompromised students, I think you could get further by asking people to practice that level of respect and kindness towards each other, rather than shoving it down their throats that you must put on a mask when you come into the sub. So while I'm not an exec, I would recommend that we go about it in a more polite manner than with a mandate. That being said, it's a different conversation for Senate. But it is, for SFSS, I would suggest you go about it in a more palatable way, where we can get more people on board. And that way, other people who are part of the communities that are most affected don't feel targeted by other students who are not in favor of wearing a mask. So we need to keep in mind their safety, that their literal safety on campus, not just their health. Sorry.
Thank you. Next on the list is me. Okay. Sorry, I have to reset my timer. I have to hold myself accountable too. Okay, there we go. So I have mixed feelings on this motion. I'm against a general mask mandate, but I want to make sure we do have spaces in the sub prioritized for immunocompromised folks. So there are sections of the sub that we could have mandatory masking or mandatory social distancing. However, I am not overall in favor of a general kind of sub-wide ban on masks for the various reasons that have been listed before me and the data presented. Yeah, that about sums it up. Thank you. And okay, next is Kashish. Kashish, just a reminder, this is your second time speaking, so you get 2 minutes, and then you will not be able to speak to this motion again.
Yeah, I just quickly want to highlight that the PHO guidelines have made it an option for individuals to, I mean, it's obviously a choice whether you want to wear a mask or not, but it's also a choice for organizations and individual businesses whether they would like to mandate masks or not. So I agree with what Joselle had said before, that we should have spaces in the sub that accommodate both folks who want to wear a mask and folks who don't feel like wearing a mask. I think it's important that we have that space, safe space for both sides. That's all.
Thank you, Kashish. Next on the list, I have Paul. Same thing as Kashish. This is your second time speaking, Paul, so you have 2 minutes, and then you'll be done for this discussion item. Go ahead, please, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Yeah, so real quick, also just message with my DSU and kind of got like an overarching sense from the leadership and a few other members that they are in favor of certain areas being a mask only area, and especially those areas like protecting those that are immunocompromised and stuff like that. And I do agree with that in my own personal opinion. My point earlier was specifically to a general mask mandate, whether it be the sub or once again across campus, because now that we are realizing that SFU or the SFSS as an organization can mandate it, that's where I think is where we need to draw the line. If there were certain areas specific that are mask only, and you need to be wearing a mask in there out of respect of the people that are inside that area, that is something I feel like we could all get in support of, because at the end of the day, it comes down to having a choice again. So if someone doesn't want to wear their mask, they have a choice to not enter that area, and therefore aren't putting people that are immunocompromised in that area either in danger, or let there be potential like clashes back and forth between people that want to wear masks and not wear masks. So it comes back down to like allowing students to finally have a choice in what they want. Thank you.
Paul, you've hit 2 minutes perfectly twice in a row, so props to you. Next on the list, I have Corbett. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks. So as an executive and as president, I've been more involved in the operational side of things, especially around mask mandates, or in this case, requiring masks in the sub. The idea, and initially I thought, okay, we'll just put different areas in sub to have mask required and such. However, think about further, especially in cases of like our equity spaces, like SOCA, DNA, FNMISA, Women's Center on campus. Say we put those spaces as, at least those spaces as mask required. That's going to require those staff, and in some cases students, because the staff coordinators are not always in, they only have a certain amount of time they work each day, but the spaces might be open longer than that. That requires us, in a lot of cases, them to enforce that space, including and for students. That puts students in a lot of danger, especially for students that refuse to respect that requirement. That's not a good idea. It's easier and it's better for us to have a blanket requirement for the entire building, so everyone knows when they're going in and out that a mask is required, as opposed to requiring different pockets of the space of the building to be, oh, I can be a mask here, but I don't have to be masked there. It's a lot easier to enforce that requirement. It's a lot more consistent, and it's easier to communicate that with members, and it's safer in that sense. Because you're not shifting the responsibility of enforcement to specific staff and would be for students to enforce that, and that's just not fair on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbett. Okay, Arthur, you are next on the speakers list, and again, same as 2 minutes, and then since this is your second time speaking, this will be your last chance to address the motion. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
So I just wanted to address that. I agree with the previous statement, especially from Julie saying that you know, when it comes to mask mandate, right now I know everybody's stressed about having mask mandate or not, but the point being is that most people I look at the campus, most people are still wearing masks regardless of what happened. But I think that if we start to push mask mandate under people again, we'll probably face more resistance. We'll probably face more resistance when it's going to be cooperative, because it's going to be counterproductive to try to tell people what to do at this point in time. So I think it really comes down to, like they said earlier, about putting a balance, draw a line somewhere about having people with the ability to choose whether mask or not. Even though I know it's really hard to consider, but I don't want us to have that consideration going forward, because having a mask mandate back up, pushing people down the throat and saying that mask is going to be mandated, it's not going to be helpful. It's just going to be counterproductive at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. So our speakers list is currently empty. I'll do maybe 2 more lists. I want to cut this off at 9 o'clock, so we do have half an hour for our Q&A. So if anyone has anything urgent they want to add in now who hasn't spoken twice, you can feel free to list in the chat. I'll give you guys like 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, half, 0. Okay, thanks everyone. So we can now move on to the Q&A. So this is a 30-minute Q&A. You guys can feel free to ask any general questions you have. If you guys have any questions related to anything SFSS related at all, we have counselors and we have execs here who will be happy to answer your questions. So if you have any questions whatsoever, please hit list or type list in the chat, and I will put you down. And if anyone's leaving right now, thank you for showing up. Vivian, you're listing for the Q&A, yes? Okay. You can go ahead.
Yes, and I also want to echo the point in the chat. So thank you for helping people figure out the time limits, because that's been really, really, really helpful for me as well. I would like to ask if the counselors in the exec have done a lot of advocacy on improving ventilation and getting air quality filters and measurements in both the subspace and in lecture halls and other crowded areas. Again, this is all part of a vaccine plus strategy. It's not just master distancing. Because COVID is airborne, I'm wondering what kind of advocacy and supports have been provided so far.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Is there anyone in particular, probably from the exec, who wants to tackle that question? Corbett, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I know we've supported letters and stuff to SFU related to improving filtration options, and we brought it up in direct conversations with administration. For the sub itself, I know we do know that our ventilation is better than what's generally on campus, but I don't know specifics off the top of my head. I can check with John, our building manager, to give more information on what the building's ventilation and filtration capabilities are.
Awesome. Thank you, Corbett. And then we had a direct response from Marie.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that also Matt is working on passing a motion to actually get more ventilations as well, Vivian, and hopefully we will actually make sure that DNA basically has first dibs too. But it's a really, really good suggestion, and like as Corbett said, there have been previous encouragement and advocacy on this when it comes to ventilations on all campuses too, but we could definitely look further into it as well.
Thank you very much, Marie. Vivian, you had a direct response. So just to clarify, this would be a clarifying question you're asking, correct?
Yeah, a clarifying question.
Please go ahead then.
In terms of like the letters and stuff that you've written to the SFU, was there also any did you also receive any data on what the current ventilation is on campus? Because that's important to know where to improve. And also, did you get data on what the air quality is? Because CO2 is an indicator of how easily things can get transmitted.
Thank you, Vivian. Oh, sorry. Yes, Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, those are really good points. I actually sent this to I sent the letter, the open letter that was done in advocacy between all the student unions at SFU and SFU DNA to admin, and I never received a response. In terms of specifics when it comes to ventilation at SFU, I believe they have it on their website, so I could find that. And I do wish John was here on the specifics of the student union building, but we can task him to provide that information as well, and then we can also communicate it too. Thanks, Vivian.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Vivian. I appreciate it. Always love it when students are engaging in the Q&A and staying this long, so I appreciate everyone who stuck around. And thank you to all the counselors as well who have stuck around. If you have any questions at all regarding anything SFSS related, please hit list in the chat or type list in the chat, and I will add you to our speakers list, which is empty right now. So that means you get to go first. So no time better than now. Balkis, please go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm wondering, when are the SFSS survey results going to be released? The one that you guys just put out recently.
Thank you, Balkis. Marie, please go ahead.
I know math, Ben was talking about doing a consultation with math. I'm not sure when they'll provide that, but specific to this SFSS, like student-wide consultation survey. Tomorrow at our meeting, we're going to be going over the results, and then a further comprehensive report will actually be released next week too, just because there's not enough time between just like the day to have the full thing put forward. However, we're going to just ensure that communications are put in place to go over the results as well. I don't know if I answered your question though, so just let me know if you need further clarification.
Thank you. Oh, I'm lagging.
You're fine, Abby.
Okay. Okay, good. Judith's next on the speakers list. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was under the impression that we would discuss potential council turnover and what was happening through these past 4 years. I see it's no longer on the agenda. I'm wondering, was it pushed to next week? Because I was under the impression we're going to be talking about it this week.
Corbett, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I put it to next week for as a agenda item. Because I didn't. It's important, but I thought it was important for us to give a lot of time, specifically for the previous discussion and the budget discussion item. So it'll be on the March 30th agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Sorry, Balkis, is that another? No, that's up from before. Yep, so the list is empty right now. If anyone wants to ask any questions again. Oh, Sharik, go ahead.
I apologize if this has already been talked about. I just joined right now. I was out a little bit. Seeing as this year we've kind of shifted between online and in person quite a bit. There was a motion last year, I think, passed at the executive committee to carry over core. I think it was 50%. And seeing as we've been online for a part this year, is that possible to be done for next year's groups as well, because we've been online for such a long time?
Corbett, direct response, please go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking into it. I've been talking with staff in LS, with VP Finance and Services, to see how to work. We're just double checking our budget, our annual budget, just to see how it might look going forward. Just still developing our annual budget, and we want to get an answer back to students and student unions specifically, and student groups. Hopefully, the next couple weeks, once we get a good preliminary budget developed for the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Corbett. Again, the list is empty. Anyone wants to ask questions, feel free. List in the chat. I'll give it like a minute, and if we get nothing, then I think might just shut it down. No one with any burning questions at all? Judith, go ahead.
I was wondering if there's going to be any sort of formal response from the SFSS in regards to what really happening in Ukraine right now. I know SFU sent out an email basically tagging health and counseling, as they usually would. I was wondering if there's anything else to be expected to help students who are from Ukraine or have family currently in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Judith. Does anyone have a direct response to that? Marie, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that forward, Judith. There was a statement released by the SFSS and providing like health and counseling resources for folks who are affected, especially being that there most likely is Ukrainian students who go to this university or staff or professors. In terms of extended efforts and supports, maybe if you could just like let me know what was on your mind, that would be helpful. And like also we could definitely look into it further as well.
Thank you, Marie. Again, I'm going to give it like 60 seconds if we don't get another question. Oh, we have new people entering the room, so maybe I'll give it a little longer. But for those who may have just joined, actually, I'll wait till go to a second here. Okay, for anyone who just joined or is still in the call who wants to ask any questions of executives or counselors, please type list LIST in the chat, and we'll be happy to go through your SFSS related questions. Also type it up just in case anyone isn't listening, is just watching. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give it another 60 seconds. If we get nothing, then I will call for adjournment. Thank you to everyone who's hung in there, counselors, execs, students, particularly those who are here from the beginning of the meeting. Thanks so much. Yeah. Just want to do our due diligence here to make sure no one's coming in next minute or two. Sorry, I'm not very entertaining. Okay. I'm just waiting for the 60 seconds to run out. It's almost there. All right, I'm gonna move to adjourn the meeting at 9:11 p.m. Can I get a seconder for that, please?
Math.
Seconds.
Math seconds. Good try, Corbett. Any discussion on this? If anyone has people coming to the Q&A right now, that's actually probably a decent reason to stop adjournment, although there usually isn't. But if you have someone coming, please say so now. No? Okay. All those in favor of seeking unanimous consent, if you dissent, please use the raise hand feature and I will call on you for your vote. Look at that, guys. We finished a meeting in a reasonable amount of time. Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Bye. Get lots of good rest.
Bye.